Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we're very happy to welcome all of you here today. I hope that you can hear me in Polish and in the English and Ukrainian translation as planned. We are beginning right on time as scheduled because we will be linking to Kiev, and we can't put that off.
Bardzo jest mi miło,
I'm very happy
że jesteśmy w takim bardzo różnorodnym gronie.
that we're here in such a diverse group, in such a diverse company. I'd love to introduce you all to one another, but
Będzie trudne, więc tego
that would be difficult, so I won't do that.
niemniej
Nonetheless, we would encourage you to mingle, to network,
się wzajemnie poznać.
to take a look at your stickers, your badges, to exchange experience and inspiration.
Bo
Because obviously the purpose of today's conference
opisany,
has been described.
nazwa też mówi sama
The
za
title, I think, is self-evident. We are talking about what literacy means for democracy, how important it is,
niesłychanie ważne
and how extraordinarily important it is at this time, at this stage of the war in Ukraine, for Ukrainians and for all of us.
Natomiast
But
to, że udało
the fact that we've brought together
fizycznie ci, którzy jesteśmy,
in person, those of you who are here with us, as well as our friends who are joining us online from Kyiv.
mam nadzieję, że będziemy w stanie nawiązać,
I hope that we will be able to enter into a dialogue
żeby się faktycznie tymi myślami
so that we can exchange our thoughts. That's not just about listening to lectures and presentations by persons
zajmują się
who academically or practically promote
porozmawiać.
literacy. The idea is to talk about it. So I would encourage all of us.
Onieśmielaj.
This room is a little bit intimidating, I admit, but
momentach, które
in
mamy
the
przewidziane na zadanie,
time we have for questions,
skorzystać z tego,
do ask questions and take advantage of
możliwość zadania na żywo
the presence of persons
osobom z dużym
we can ask, whose experience we can benefit from.
doświadczeniem.
And this is really a great chance to ask the questions that we want to ask, and because understanding will follow,
Żeby
and
działać na rzecz
obviously
którą chcemy
the
osiągnąć.
impulse to act for the change that we want to see happening, because this is not a meeting for its own sake. We want to achieve a change. We want to bring about a change and make a difference.
Tak tytułem wstępu chciałam
So, by way of an introduction, I would like to thank
współorganizatorom.
all the co-organizers of this conference. I won't be listing them because of time constraints. There will be time for that.
Bardzo dziękuję
Thanks to our interpreters.
Wszystko
We hope that everything is running smoothly. We hope that comprehension will be assured.
tylko jeszcze dodam, że
Let me just add that
prelegentów muszę
all our speakers are requested not to speak or read too fast to enable interpretation.
zmiany w
We have some changes
porównaniu do agendy.
compared to the original agenda, and with respect to what you have in
To jak
your materials, this is something beyond our control, but these are minor changes.
I
And
wydaje mi się, że powiedziałam wszystkie.
so I believe I've said everything
Czy coś
I meant to say. I'm not sure whether I missed anything, but at this
możemy
time,
zacząć.
I think we can begin.
Nie mamy wszystkich
We do not
prelegentów.
have all our
Liczę na to,
speakers
że
yet, but
Aleksandra Kowal do nas
I hope
dołączy.
that Alexandra Kowal will be joining us
Także
in the
bym
course
poprosiła w
of
tej
our
chwili chyba o
session. So perhaps now let's
słowo od
have
pani
a word
prezydentowej.
from the First Lady of Poland, Agata Kornhauser-Duda.
Szanowni organizatorzy, szanowni goście, wszyscy obecni szanowni Państwo. Bardzo serdecznie witam wszystkich Państwa obecnych na konferencji Czytelnictwo dla Demokracji, która odbywa się równolegle w Kijowie. Konferencja zorganizowana w ramach międzynarodowych targów książki
The conference organized as part of the International Book Fair, Europe's renowned and prestigious feast of literature, fits in wonderfully with this year's fair, at which Ukraine is the guest of honor. I'm particularly pleased to welcome foreign guests who represent academic institutions and organizations dealing with the broader issue of readership.
podczas dzisiejszego
During today's meeting, you will exchange the results of your research work and your expertise.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, the issue of readership in the conditions of the ongoing war in Ukraine takes on a special and unique character. The challenge of our eastern neighbor is confronted with is the survival of education, which is based mainly on books, not only textbooks. I am convinced that maintaining and sometimes even saving reading in Ukraine is the only way to continue to educate sensitive, intelligent, and fully aware citizens who,
którzy uzbrojeni w odpowiedni
equipped with adequate knowledge and competences, will contribute to strengthening democracy and building a better future, not only for their country, but also for Europe and the world.
Dlatego tak ważne jest kształtowanie
That is why it is so important to shape young minds and create favorable conditions
warunków do rozwoju.
for their emotional and intellectual development from the very beginning. As a teacher, but also as the spouse of the President of Poland for a couple of years now, I know what excellent academic results are achieved by children who read a lot, what an expanded imagination and insightful way of thinking they display.
Powinniśmy dać te
We should give this opportunity to children in Ukraine and invest in reading in their country.
w Ukrainie w wyniku
In Ukraine, more than 200 libraries have been destroyed as a result of Russian aggression. This is a deliberate action
największych punktów budowania
targeting one of the most sensitive points in the building of democracy and freedom. We must do all we can to ensure that publishing houses are included in the aid efforts for Ukraine. In Poland, we try our best to look after the children of refugees for whom we provide opportunities to continue their education. In order to do that, they need literature in their native tongue. Together with Ukraine's First Lady, Olena Zelenska, we've decided to assume patronage over an initiative of the Polish and Ukrainian Book Institute that resulted in publications of literature for Ukrainian children.
dzieci. Książki te trafią.
These books were distributed to public libraries throughout Poland.
Szanowni Państwo,
Ladies and gentlemen, I extend my warmest greetings to all of you, wishing you a fruitful session and creative exchange of views. May your voice resound strongly and contribute to the effective development of universal reading not only in Ukraine.
Bardzo dziękujemy
Thank you very much
pani
to the
prezydentowej,
First Lady of
która dzisiaj z
Poland,
nami nie mogła być,
who
ale
could not attend this meeting today, but
miała
she
przesłanie
did send this
motywujące
envoy,
nam przesłała.
this very motivating and inspiring
Zastanawiam
message.
się, czy jesteśmy w stanie
I
teraz się
wonder
połączyć
if we can
z Ukrinformem,
get in touch or connect with Ukraine Forum,
tamtejsi
so
współorganizatorzy
that the co-organizers on the Ukrainian side can say a few words, can greet
co
us,
zechcą.
or actually say whatever they please.
To jest technicznie w tej chwili możliwe.
Do we have a connection?
Dmytro, czy ty mnie słyszysz?
Dmytro, can you hear me?
Так. Вітаю, Марія. Дуже дякую за таку
Greetings, Maria, and thank you for these inspiring words of welcome. Thank you for having the opportunity for discussing the significance of literacy and for talking for preserving the facilities that contribute to creating a new identity and the narrative in our country. We recognize the value of literacy for the creation and development of democratic institutions, and Ukraine, which is a country of literacy. The aspirations here are very important. We will do all we can to work on ideas together with Igor Stepulin and our friends and colleagues, with Ivan Stepolin, in fact. We will be giving a presentation at the end of our session, and we'll keep on working to this end.
Would you like
Вітаємо,
Igor?
Марія, я хочу сказати, що сьогодні у нас зібрались дуже багато людей.
Maria, I wanted to say that we have there's quite a lot of us here today, and thank you very much.
В Варшаві
The Ukrainian stand as the guest of honor at the book fair is under the caption, Thank you, Poland.
у вас в Варшаві.
There's a lot of publishing houses represented here in Warsaw. We also have a lot of librarians, a lot of individuals from the fields of arts and culture. And I wanted to say that we have directors of the Ukrainian National Library, named after Yaroslav the Wise, the Children's Library, as well as persons from the cultural community and the social community were here. Thank you very much, and let's get to it. Thank you very much.
Pozdrawiamy Was.
And greetings, all the best to you. We'll be in touch. We'll be joining you later. Meanwhile, let's take over. And
zasadniczo powinniśmy teraz się połączyć
now we should connect
Olgą Budnek,
with Olga Budnek, although I'm not sure.
2 minuty przed czasem.
Actually, we're 2 minutes ahead of time. I'm not sure whether Olga's with us yet.
To jest pytanie tutaj
That's a question I would...
na łączenie.
Okay, let's wait for a connection. Meanwhile,
Pani Olga Budnek.
Olga Budnek, this is Olga Budnek, who's a member of the strategic team working with President Zelensky, and she's responsible for education, culture, and sports.
I no, zaraz mam nadzieję, że
And I hope that we will have a live
Pani Olga Budnek
connection shortly. Olga could not be here in Warsaw today, but I hope that the connection will work out.
Może ja dopowiem
Let me just add, while we're waiting for Olga, Dmytro Drozdowski, whom we saw just now, is one of the publishers, Ukrainian publishers.
Redaktorem naczelnym.
He's the editor-in-chief of one of the oldest publishing houses in Ukraine. And Igor Stepurin, who was there with him, is the chairman of the Ukrainian Association of Publishers, and they're doing a lot to save the publishing industry in Ukraine. And it's incredible. They were incredibly helpful when organizing today's conference. We will be saying more about that later on. I don't know. Oh, we have a connection with Olga.
Hello, Olga.
Доброго дня, колеги. Якщо добре чутно, я
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. If you can hear me, I can begin. I'm very happy to welcome you here today. Thank you very much for this wonderful project. When we're saying how important it is to improve the education, to work on social education, we understand that the faster this happens, the sooner Ukraine will be renewed, revived, restored. We will need new habits, new skills at various levels, and these habits and skills will be developed through reading, through acquiring new knowledge. I would like to pay attention to point out how important it is for history to have not only a national dimension, but it needs to see things in the international perspective. The direction we're taking with the Ukrainian Institute is to continue working on an initiative which aims to open up Ukrainian studies worldwide, because Ukraine had been seen through a prism, in the context of Russian studies or Slavic studies, and very little attention was devoted to Ukraine itself. When we looked into this, we understood that one of the features of this story, of this narrative, is to provide access to the literary sources of all representatives, not just Ukrainians living in Ukraine, but also academics working outside the country. We want to ensure access to this so that they can develop their image of Ukraine, contemporary and historical, and in the context of Ukraine's diversity with its centuries of history, because that's the way we can form the Ukrainian narrative, understanding what Ukraine is and who Ukrainians are, and so that the world can get to know us better. We have have a lot of internal challenges. Unfortunately, at the moment, the infrastructure is devastated, it's in ruins, and as regards cultural studies and libraries and the literary spaces, they should be able to see each other anew, to realize that it is a way of connecting, unifying societies. Many internally displaced persons, people need a site so they can talk and so they can work on rebuild their territories so that they can go back home, and how this can be done, how they can contribute to this entire venture. They need the socialization and the sites and the countries they are at the moment, these displaced persons. So when talking about the revival, renewal of these people, they can have a new role to play, unlike the one they had previously. So this is building on what they had previously. So this is a great opportunity to see each other in a new light, to work on instruments that will be used by various institutions. And for this, we are grateful to our partners in Poland and everybody who's supporting Ukraine presently, because now we're headed towards European integration. We're constructing a country that will be integrated within the European space, and this is a story that's very topical, that's very important to all of us today.
Czy Olga mnie słyszy? Can you hear me, Olga?
Я вас чую.
Thank you very much for your intervention, and we will be continuing our day today and talking about how we can help and how this should be organized in order for Ukraine to thrive as a European democratic country. And please pass our best wishes to President Zelensky and your whole team. And thank you very much for being with us, at least for this moment.
Дякую вам.
Дякую.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. Слава Україні.
Героям слава.
Dobrze, dziękuję. To udało
Thank you very much.
przez
We were somehow able to go through complicated technologically beginnings, but first things first.
to już jest dużo.
I think we have achieved quite a lot, and I would like to commence with our first session.
I przepraszam, jeszcze najpierw
Before we do so,
wszystko bardzo skomplikowane. Ja nie jestem
believe me, it's kind of complicated. I'm not like a professional presenter or mediator, but I'm trying really hard. I hopefully believe you will survive this conference with me as a moderator. Terribly sorry once again.
Jeszcze poprosimy, zanim zaczniemy pierwszą sesję, poprosimy
So before our first session, I'd like to ask them to have the speech of the Minister of Minister Tkachenko of Culture in Ukraine.
Dear participants of the International Conference Literacy for Democracy, for 9 years the Ukrainian people have been at war with Russia, and for over the year they have been engaged in a full-scale war fighting for the right to independently determine their political and economic development vectors, the right to their historical heritage, language, religion, culture, science and information space. Ukrainians are fighting for the right to be themselves on their own territory and land. Today, Ukraine is actively working on a recovery strategy, including its cultural sector, where libraries and book publishing hold a significant place. The situation in Ukraine, which engulfed in the flames of war, is practically acute. There is an insufficient number of the books published per capita, and the indicators on the population engaged in reading are rapidly declining. Reading is being overshadowed by the consumption of quick information from social networks, easily acceptable video content and television. The present and future of every nation depend on the quality of what people and families read. In early March of this year, the government of Ukraine approved the Reading Development Strategy for 2023-2032 and its implementation plan developed by the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy. The implementation of the reading development strategy is planned in 3 stages. 1. Support and development of the book ecosystem. 2. Formation of reading habits and needs. 3. Monitoring and evaluation of the strategy effectiveness. We are faced with important tasks. Finding funds for replenish library collections. Finding opportunities to increase the purchasing power demand for books through targeted state financial assistance for free choice and purchase of books. Both of these directions will not only promote reading, but also stabilize the situation in the book market and improve the financial condition of publishers and booksellers. Therefore, the main goal of the reading development strategy is to unite Ukrainians and make reading consciously chosen leisure activity and a means of self-development. All of this is for the comprehensive and harmonious development of the personality, including critical thinking. The war waged by Russia against Ukraine on all possible levels is a war of Russia against Europe and the world. While Ukraine is experiencing a hot phase of the war, intense battles are being fought on the informational front by the aggressors in every country, targeting every human soul. The development of the critical thinking, the ability to question information, and the capacity to think rationally and impartially based on evidence are the foundation of a democratic society. Phrases like "this book changed my life" or "after reading this book, I will never be the same again" may not sound as a grandiose anymore. With each new experience, impression, emotion, and therefore each new book, we become different people with new neural structures and connections, with a new knowledge. A nice metaphor of the Yaroslav the Wise, the Grand Prince of Kyiv, says, "Books are rivers that fill the seas." The title of the conference, Literacy for Democracy, sounds like a slogan. We believe that strengthening literacy, boosting the percentage of kids and adults who read daily in Ukraine, starting today in the best possible way to help raise consciousness, intelligent and active citizens and leaders for a better tomorrow for Ukraine, Europe and whole world. So, my friends, let's read for the sake of democracy.
Bardzo dziękujemy panu ministrowi za.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for conveying the message.
Ja bym tylko dodała tyle, że
What I would like to add, however,
muszę powiedzieć, podzielić się taką
and I'd like to share my reflection,
jest to, że
is that it's brilliant that the Ukrainian authorities, including our First Lady, Agata Kornhauser-Dura, are actually
bardzo mocno
sharing
myślają właściwie
and stressing out
my.
what we are talking about today, that the awareness is very high at the levels of the government. So hopefully we would see it in the very high position in the strategy. And moreover, the budgets, which is kind of grassroots level in basic need, down-to-earth need, and the topic that we need to gather the funds basically to be able to run the strategy that had been mentioned by Minister Tkachenko.
tej współpracy i
So apart from cooperation and being able to understand the theme that we are talking about, the aim of our conference is basically being a spokesperson or for striving to convey such a message and to push it to such an extent to actually be able to enable Ukraine to gather funds to invest in their literacy and education.
Dobrze. To teraz już naprawdę
Thank you very much. So now, hopefully, the first session actually is on its way.
Aleksandry
I'm not sure Alexandra Kowal is among us, not yet at least,
Liczymy na to, że dojdzie.
but we hope she will be joining us soon, the director of the Ukrainian Book Institute. I suppose she's like, at the Ukrainian stand at the moment. So if I may ask Director General of the National Library of Poland, Dr. Tomasz Makowski and Fiona Evans.
Przy stole, a Ola, miejmy nadzieję, że w międzyczasie się pojawi.
In the meantime, Alexandra hopefully will show up and will join us at the president's table.
I
Presiding table.
pierwsza sesja, tak to szumnie nazywamy.
So the first speech, let's say, or the first component of our conference,
Slajd pierwszej sesji, jeżeli jest taka.
if I may ask for the first slide of the presentation.
Tak skrótowo będzie trochę
In a nutshell, will be about history, about the vision, on how it should be done,
i trochę o strategii.
and a little bit about the strategy of
Kowal nam przedstawi.
on behalf of the Ukrainian authorities. And the strategy will be mentioned in our presentation now, the one that had been
Jako Polacy
iterated by the Minister Tkachenko. As Poles, it's not coincidental that we are
jesteśmy
organizing the conference. We have very strong bonds, not only historically, but also politically and geographically. It's not probably surprising the enormous support the Poles had showed towards our Ukrainian brothers. And it's also kind of important to share
który trochę o tej historii.
the experience and to find the common grounds that lies in our history. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, President of the Board, Mari Deskur, on behalf of my honorable colleagues for inviting me to be here. History may join and bond us and might also put us apart.
Opowiem Państwu, co jest na slajdach.
Since there is a technological problem, I'll try to tell you what I have on my slides covered. So history may link the nations and it might set us apart. We don't have any impact on what had happened before. We do not have an impact on the past. We cannot change and we cannot alter it. But we do have an impact on what we do remember from history and what we might want to share with the next and upcoming generations. What is most tackling, what we consider most important and durable in our history. Both Poland and Ukraine have very interesting common history. There is no other formula to get to know each other nation nowadays, and also to get to know each other in the past, as talking about the past. We only can do so by having different interpretations, different points of view among different generations. So that's how we build history. And we need to also remember that we are not at the end of our common history. It's not the end of what might be about to come. So it is somehow affected by what is happening, but we also might shape what is happening in the future. Therefore, we are also thinking about the common past in a way that is about to happen, of both Polish and Ukrainian one. Books are the key factor to get to know the past, but also to modernize, in a way, the present and the future. Books, libraries, literacy is not just a part of some kind of noble, archaic past, ancient history of, as some people might say, but it aren't actually a tool of modernization. When we think about the message the books might convey, what are the benefits of reading and books themselves? What are actually the reasons why in the world of online media, that we are all connected in a way, or interconnected even, they are still paying homage to literacy
higieny,
as part of our hygiene,
naszej wolności,
part of our freedom,
jako część przestrzeni
but also part of the space that is somehow ours,
z nas.
each and every one of us.
My się rodzimy analfabetami.
We are born illiterate.
Nikt z nas nie
None of us is born
gotowy do czytania.
ready to read.
Kiedy spytałem
However,
osoby zajmujące
when I ask people who are academically dealing with the neuroscience, is it possible that our brain in the future might actually, having read so many books in so many generations, will be ready to read naturally as an inborn feature? I've heard that we might sooner get extinct than it happens. So we need to be ready somehow,
aby nie ustawać
not to
obudowania
stop in
przyjemności.
the willingness of building the pleasure drawn from reading. Hence, it's reason for reading, finding reading as a pleasure, but also finding it as a freedom. We are building our security.
Czy obniżamy poziom
We are somehow lowering
przyszłość,
the insecurity about a future, concerning the future, but also somehow building the rational and common sense notion of being managers of our life.
zalet.
Reading books has multiple
O tym mówię.
benefits, and we might mention it once or reiterated, endlessly. For the people who are actually into finances, we might say that it also raises tax income because people are reading and they're actually bringing more income. It preserves the life. For those who
Mobilność może
are concerned about our mobility, we might say that people who are reading, which is surprising, paradoxically, are more likely to do sports and to practice. They're more aware, simply saying. They're more likely to participate in the elections.
teraz o tym mówić, chciałbym wspomnieć tylko
So now when we're talking about it, I just would like to mention one aspect,
rokiem. Powinniśmy
which is being more and more important and appreciated. Reading the same books, both independently, but also reading to each other or one another even. First, when the parents and grandparents are reading to their kids and grandkids, they're somehow building within themselves, but also within the kids, some kind of common, shared, intergenerational memories.
pokolenie
In the world of fast-paced technology,
czy 15
the interest range between 10 and 15-year-old and 40 and 60-year-old, the span of differences is so much larger than 30 or even 100 years ago.
a moją babcię
The differences will be spreading. So the difference, for example, between me and my grandpa was not that difficult. We used to use a bonnet colored telephone, so it was kind of not that important. Now the gap is massive. So the themes that are interesting for the young people are more likely to be inaccessible for the elderly.
rodzin
Therefore, if we wanted for the families to build common memories, intergenerational experience, to have some kind of common memory within our small communities,
wspólnie czytać.
we should be reading together.
Dzieci pamiętające dorosłych
Kids that are remembering those adults who are actually reading to them, they also remember these as memories. They remember adventures from them, trips that they had shared together, as if they had been on holidays. So after 50 or 60 years, when the elderly reading
zdolności
are losing the ability of reading on their own or their independent skills, the youngsters might actually read to them
50 czy 60 latach.
after 50 or 60 years, still remembering or bringing to memory their childhood as a blissful time,
Idealnego,
idyllic,
nie do powtórzenia.
unrepetitive, unrepeated. So
dzieciństwa,
Therefore,
chcieli go powtórzyć
trying to bring it back,
starsi,
they might want to reiterate on the importance of it.
słabną.
So next of kin
A musimy się
might be an important carrier of the heritage that readership is bringing, and we have to face
osób
loneliness, both of those who are actually picking it as a choice, but also those who are living on their own because their next of kin had abandoned them or left basically to live in a different country. Therefore, reading should be binding and treated as a bonding experience,
dzieci czy
regardless of whether our kids or grandkids live in Australia or in the United States. We do know that the memories will not be taken away.
wiemy w naszym życiu najcenniejsze
We also do know that the most precious things in life are
czas
the time, which is priceless, and memories.
i choćbyśmy ze względów
And even if,
zdrowotnych czy
due to some kind of health or economic aspects, we lost
ekonomicznych
a lot, memories will never be taken away. Alexandra, please, join us here. Alexandra Koval is joining us at the very moment.
ten element zarówno w czytaniu
So the element, the part of
kluczowy.
our strategy becomes a key issue, a key factor.
Księgarnie czy wydawnictwa są
Reading libraries, publishing houses
elementami wielkiego
aren't just part of a large publishing market. They're also sites, places where we meet. They're meeting places. I go to a bookstore not only to find a book,
bo jestem w stanie znaleźć jako
because as a librarian I'm very good at that. I can find the book I want in different ways, but I go to bookstores to be among my peers.
jak wiemy,
As we know, reading
pozornie,
is only seemingly an intimate activity
w której nikt nie wchodzi między nas.
where there's no middleman, there's nobody between us and the page, the printed page. There's nobody between us and the letters, and in our imagination we construct the world
Następujące
described by sequences of words and sentences. This is our world. Books will not call us.
w papierze książki nie pojawi się reklama.
You won't have advertising in books. Books won't yell at us. Books won't demand food like cats or pets, other pets, or they won't demand our attention like a dog would. If you put a book away, it won't take offense, it won't be insulted. We feel safe around books. We feel good. It's a space of our own. But only seemingly is reading an intimate activity. Reading is a social activity. You read where
Inni czytają.
others, in the same place others do, along with others. When young people see adults reading a book,
Będą kojarzyli dorosłych.
they will associate adulthood with reading.
Tylko
If they only see other children reading, they'll associate literacy reading with childhood, with homework.
czytanie buduje w nas
So reading, literacy,
no,
develops
spokój,
peace of mind,
pewien porządek.
a sense of order,
Wiemy, świat nas otacza.
where we understand the world around us. It gives us access to knowledge, to wisdom, to beauty.
My wiemy, my czytający,
We know as readers that it makes us better people, because without books we wouldn't be the people we are. And
ograniczenia życiowego doświadczenia.
if we're confined within our own experience, we would be worse.
Książkom
Thanks to books, we can live
cudzym życiem,
someone else's life.
inne przygody.
We can understand the experience of another, the anxieties and joys.
Niezwykłą
This gives us
samodzielność.
This gives us a spirit of independence.
To jest duża część
And
demokratyzacji. Czy
that's a large component of democracy. Reading evens the playing fields, the differences between the generations. It gives us access to the knowledge of our forebears, but it also does away with the differences between us, the privileged, those who grow up in well-to-do households. When they read, they have an advantage in school, in their career. They're more creative than those who did not have this privilege, thanks to books, thanks to libraries, free libraries, the libraries in schools and public libraries. No matter your background, no matter how wealthy you are, you can still make up this shortcoming. You can catch up. For us as a society, it matters that promotion is open to all talented individuals, the freedom to choose one's career. And because that will determine the future of each and every one of us. Libraries, to a large extent, as free as places in which you can be for free, they open the door to those who strive to achieve something. A library has the advantage over teachers because while both libraries and teachers want to foster talents, but the libraries never judge you. A library will always look you right in the eye directly. A library doesn't address a classroom of 10, 20 students. Libraries are always a one-on-one experience, and this degree of trust is priceless. Libraries are also foster creativity, development, and everything that we value. Some believe that saying that literacy is important is a way of giving yourself airs. Those who say that readers are better than others. But that's a mistake. We believe that those who say that literacy it doesn't matter what kind of person you are, but saying that is detrimental, is hurtful to those who don't read, because it convinces them, it persuades them that it's not worth reading, and it strips them of the chance to grow. It deprives them of access to the wisdom and knowledge and beauty of the generations. Moving on to history, why is it that we understood in Poland so quickly, that we realized what has been going on since February 24th, 2022? Why nearly everybody in Poland responded by organizing some forms of relief or understood what was going on? Well, there was a shared legacy. Poland was affected by World War II, and we understand what aggression, what it is when another country invades a country, and how difficult it is to explain to the world, how difficult it is to make countries which are safe in the military, economic, and social sense aware what happens in the wake of military aggression, what happens to children, what happens with the labor market, what happens with culture, the sites of memory like museums and libraries. In Poland, during World War II, 70% of the library holdings were destroyed, and as a result of intentional activity, including the National Library, which was burned. We lost 50,000 manuscripts, medieval manuscripts, and early printed books. Entire collections were set ablaze, and consequently, ever since February 24th of last year, we've been concerned about the fate of the most precious holdings of Ukraine. In the National Library, we came to work at 5 a.m. because that's when the shelling began in Kiev and Kharkiv. We checked whether the historic collections which which tell the story of this part of Europe, whether these holdings were not destroyed. So we woke up 300 public libraries and school libraries have been destroyed. In Kharkiv, the magnificent academic scientific library was destroyed. In the latest volume edition of Polish Libraries, which is an international periodical we publish, we placed for the first time a photograph of a ruined library. This was the interior of the library in Kharkiv, which was destroyed. And it so happened that the volume also contains an article about the destruction of libraries in Poland during World War II and on documenting the devastation of the Korolenko Library in Kiev, written by Professor Zhuravleva. This is not something we had expected, but these things just came together in that volume. The story of Warsaw libraries is unprecedented in the modern history of libraries, and consequently, and that's why we feel responsible. Exactly, we do feel responsible for preserving, safeguarding the past, because libraries and private collections are part of our shared history, but they're part of the history of each and every one of us. I think that all of us, as the chairman of the Ukrainian parliament said, in every house in Ukraine there are books that testify to the interests and the history of the family and its residents. I think that everybody has books like that from their experience, their life, their ancestors, but entire nations also have family libraries of their own, just like the Polish National Library, the Ukrainian National Library. Every town, in every town, a library is a place of memory, is a repository of memory. And nothing changes, nothing will change as long as we have the physical book. As long as we exist in physical form, we will need books. And this is something we should protect. This democratization of reading, making reading more democratic, opening up to books and literacy, makes us aware as citizens. We make conscious decisions. We are, as individuals, we can understand other points of view, other opinions, other types of experience. In this world, for a historian, as a historian, it's obvious that the life has become better and safer. But you can't have democracy without universal literacy. Thank you very much.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much. Let me just add.
Kropkę nad i powstawić, to bym.
Let me just add by asking.
No rozumiem.
At least the way I understand it is that the devastation of the ravages suffered by Polish libraries still cast a pall on literacy in this country. Yes. Ever since World War II, I mean, it's been, a long time since World War II. But when we look at the reasons behind the lower literacy than we would like to see, the lower rate of literacy, then one of the key factor is that adulthood is not associated with reading, and we wondered where that came from and what it means. What it means is not that we just lose contact with books when we graduate, but also because during World War II, private libraries, so many private libraries were destroyed. Nearly all the private libraries in Warsaw were destroyed. So many families in Poland, seeing grandparents or parents against the background of a wall of a bookcase. So you couldn't do that because these books did not exist, they'd been destroyed. And whereas in many other countries where the ravages of World War II were not as onerous, in old apartments and old houses survived. As one of the reasons I'm such a bookworm myself, I'm such a ravenous reader, is that ever since I was born, I've seen my relatives, my loved ones, reading books. And the fact that other families, because they needed to rebuild their houses, they needed to paint the windows, and instead of buying books or go to libraries. So that's why it wasn't all that common an experience. There's no problem in Krakow, in the city of Krakow, which was not destroyed. But in Warsaw, this was not possible for a long time. So even though it's been several generations have elapsed since the end of the war, the fact that we learn to read from our peers, our surroundings, the people around us. So we needed at least one adult who's a reader in our environment, in our studies. Research has shown that 80% more likely that we will become readers if an adult relative reads regularly. And this also applies to our peers. Readers make friends with other readers. 95%, that's 95 and 90, whereas non-readers rather tend to associate with non-readers. We feel comfortable in our peer groups. Readers among other readers, erudites, and non-readers don't actually see how much they're missing. Somehow, reading is also a pleasure since we indulge ourselves in other areas. We eat well. Okay, I can't. Okay, try and enjoy soft drinks. If we enjoy vacation, then why deny ourselves this pleasure? Thank you very much. Thanks for adding that. And I intentionally asked the question, I asked it on purpose, because I feel that our experience and a lot derives from our experience, and we all should learn from history and avoid repeating its mistakes. And if we can do that, if we can ensure that Ukrainian children have access to books and see adults reading. So this is an interesting image where we put in the glass. I'm becoming a bit of a revolutionary here, and I believe that first of all you should get the books back and then repaint or reglaze your windows. But again, this is a bit what we're talking about here. We need to learn to reconcile thinking about the urgent needs like roads and buildings, or the whole reconstruction of our immediate surroundings, roads, buildings, stores. But we also have to combine that with a strategic thinking on what we should construct or reconstruct today to produce results tomorrow. The Polish experience in World War II is something that we translated into the present-day situation, as the German president said, when millions of refugees, women and children, crossed the Polish border, fleeing Russian shelling and bombs. We wanted to give children books to read, to take their mind off what they'd seen, to overcome their anxiety. And the first ladies, Olena Zelenska and Agata Kornhauser-Duda of Ukraine and Poland respectively, and foundations like the Foundation for Reading, for Literacy, state institutions, the Ministry of Culture, the Book Institute, it was obvious that we needed to act fast, quickly. A book was to help, and books do help. Books are a refuge. Thank you very much. And now, let's ask Aleksandra Kowal, who's been the director of the Ukrainian Book Institute, to present the strategy, the tenets of the National Strategy for Reading promotion. We already saw a video with a message from Minister Tkachenko, and what asked the minister, and Aleksandra Kowal, as the minister mentioned, Aleksandra Kowal managed to get the strategy adopted and signed. So what are you planning and what do you need?
Dzień dobry. Dziękuję. Witam szanownych państwa. Witam również своїх колегów в Україні. Добрий день ті в Україні, колеги, хто мене слухають. Перед тим, як я почну свою презентацію, то я хотіла би трошки відреагувати на ті слова, ті дуже вдалі якісь речі.
To the words that had been mentioned already, the crucial ones that had been mentioned by Tomasz in his presentation.
Для нас дуже важливий досвід і Польщі.
So for us, the most important and crucial is the Polish experience, because Poland had been rebuilding, restructuring its books collections, not only the buildings, but also the foundations, and that resources of the libraries had been rebuilt and restructured. So in my thoughts, there had been some reflections from my childhood concerning libraries, because Tomasz mentioned the librarian is a person who is super close to the reader and can create something that is a very beneficial condition for reading or very non-beneficial. So the library might be a place that is somehow fostering readership, but in my Russian-driven childhood, it was different, because librarians were advocating for kids to read some kind of books about heroes, guerrilla fighters, some pseudo fighters of the fascism. So in the end, it turns out it was myth, and all of the stories were either non-true or very insignificantly true. However, my generation was growing with such a luggage concerning reading and readership, which was very discouraging in terms of literacy in general. It was obvious that it was not very honest, that the message that we were getting from the books was kind of discouraging. So it is important for the kids nowadays to read the classical literature worldwide and to read something beautiful, which is provided by the contemporary literature. written in line with new concepts in democratic societies, which is absolutely important, a key factor to foster mutual understanding between adults and kids that in the future might become adults and create adult communities in different nationalities. So I'd like to move forward to my presentation tackling the reading promotion strategy in Ukraine that was actually aimed to be launched in 2022, but due to the Russian aggression, it was absolutely impossible. So at the beginning of 2023, the government of Ukraine at the national level decided to launch this strategy. It makes it absolutely vital for the government to say and show that the literacy being a very important factor is also making it possible for the critical thinkers to grow based on this strategy. And it also shows some kind of milestones on how to get there. We had decided during our research that one of the key issues that make it absolutely impossible to develop readership is hardened aspect of accessibility to legal sources of books. So we decided to focus our thinking on it. And one of the directions of our activity is actually aimed at making it much more accessible. One of the reasons of low readership in Ukraine, however, is a little bit different probably than in other countries. For example, the third world countries, where the literacy is strongly connected to the education level, which is kind of low, where the illiterate numbers are growing. In Ukraine, the situation is different because there are no illiterate residents. However, it might be affected by the bills that we have on secondary education. Therefore, education somehow provides literacy at all kinds of levels. What we also discussed and set for launch is that the readership motivation is kind of low. Therefore, different priorities that Tomasz had been kind enough to mention, different means of being accomplished in life, then reading is also making it very difficult. Very often we are discussing the issues among us mostly, because there are people who understand why, and it is important. Why shall we improve the level of readerships? Those people who do not read live in some kind of parallel reality in a different world, and it had not been mentioned yet, not been explained why readership might be actually important to them for the future of themselves, but also of their kids. We would like our strategy to tackle them, those who are not very regular readers, but also those who do not think what they might lack in life yet. I would like to give you some kind of background and background story and facts to lead our research. And based on the agenda and statistics that I have provided, you might have some kind of idea of how the Ukrainian readership market looks like. Where shall those books be driven from? The number of publishers and publishing houses, the ones that are active, meaning are sending at least one obligatory issue of the book to the depository. As you can see, the numbers have dropped twice. In 2021, when we faced COVID, it had not been dropped that much. In 2022, we are facing the numbers that are half of what we used to have. We are not sure whether it's just the suspension of their activity due to a number of reasons, or is it caused by different factors. Among numbers of publishers, we may see about 200 publishing houses that are active, and even if they edit or publish anything, they are not being distributed via bookshops or libraries. Perhaps they're academic publishing houses publishing about 50 or 100 copies, which is not a significant number. For me, it sounds catastrophic. Moreover, when we are talking about accessibility, where might the Ukrainian citizens buy books? Before the war, we had about 200 bookstores in Ukraine, not to mention the supermarket corners, but regular venues where you can actually buy books in 2021. It means that would be one bookshop serving 200,000 residents or citizens, while in other parts of Europe, it's like about one bookstore for 20,000 residents. Nowadays, in 2022, we have approximately 130 bookshops only. When we compare 2021 to 2022, you might see catastrophic changes showing title numbers. The drop is significant from almost a double, disappeared from 21,000 titles to 9,700 more or less. I have mentioned bookshops and publishers, as you can see on the slides. Another issue that I would like to tackle is the retail book sales factor. We have received data from the State Tax Service in Ukraine. When we talk about that, we have something of its character of a curiosity, which might show some kind of interesting curiosity. 50 million euro is the scope of the retail book sales in Ukraine. Do you understand that it's like 10 times less than on the Polish market? In a country with significantly comparable numbers of population. Well, in 2022, surprisingly, we have observed influx of the 57 million euro. Until the beginning of the Russian aggression, we had some campaign of presidential support connected to COVID, which actually equaled an amount of 1,000 Ukrainian hryvnia that could be distributed on sports, purchasing books, theater or cinema, and other cultural leisure activities. So the majority of books had been actually distributed in the form of tokens. And we estimate this number for 29 million euro, which also shows and displays that the contribution of the authorities and the government to purchase books is absolutely indispensable and crucial. People are thrilled to be able to purchase the books thanks to the money provided by the government. If not for the reimbursement, the drop would be significant, like the double almost at in the area of Ukraine in 2022.
Доступність знову ж таки продовжується. Це наші бібліотеки.
Talking about accessibility, I would like to present some data concerning libraries. Our favorite libraries are the ones that are actually public ones, which provide access to a wide, vast range of books. Unfortunately, it's not the case in the Ukraine.
Бібліотек.
Because in Ukraine nowadays we have about 12,000 public libraries, but it's extremely difficult to mention which of them are actually active and operating, serving the readers.
Ми рахуємо, що близько 500 бібліотек.
We might estimate approximately 500 libraries were destroyed or partially damaged in 2022, perhaps deprived of the books and book resources by the Russians, perhaps even damaged. But among the 12,000 public libraries, perhaps 3 to 4,000 libraries are actually active,
Читачів, але
ready to serve the readers
в нас практично не
and
виділяється
library goers.
на поповнення бібліотечних фондів.
Practically, there are no funds nowadays to extend the scope
Тому в інституті книги
of the library resources in the Book Institute. Since 2018,
кінця 20
we were
купили лише близько 2 мільйонів
able,
примірників
in the scope of 3 years, to buy 2 million of books
бюджету.
from the central budgetary funds, while the local budgetary funds
На жаль, про це нема ніяких даних.
probably
Швидше за все,
does not equal the same amount, and we do not have data concerning it.
ніж
So definitely the local budgetary funds are much less than 2 million hryvnia for the 3 to 4 years that I have mentioned.
примірників
We have more or less 160 million books in library, but 25% had been published prior to 1991.
в Союзі, і
During the Soviet Union
вартісність
times and era,
потреба для читачів для мене особисто є дуже сумнівною.
and the readership was kind of low back then, and indispensability of these is kind of low as well, because
Навряд чи
they are extremely local, organized at grassroots levels. So I do not suppose that books published in the 50s, 60s of the previous century are of interest to anyone. And they definitely are old-fashioned, like, falling apart and worn out.
бібліотечні фонди, то це буде
And therefore, if we are to tackle the replenishment of funds
саме в рік. Ну, ви можете порахувати.
over the year, as you may see, the data is provided on this slide.
Для того, щоб перед тим, як втілювати і розробляти стратегію
The results from our strategy concepts were actually guided by the research data, which showed that 8% of adults and 13% of children read books on daily basis.
обов'язкового читання
Not to mention
для приємності.
school books and textbooks. It's just like leisure activity,
Читають
while 27% up to 30% of adults
цифри в показниках.
read one book a month.
Дорослих купують
30% of adults bought at least one printed book
дає нам такі
annually, which
10-12 мільйонів книжок.
gives us about 12 million books bought by the Ukrainians, which is extremely low.
З них читають
And finally, 41% among the ones researched read for pleasure and leisure.
І ось в нашій стратегії я хочу виділити два
Our strategy somehow covers two main or key directions and objectives. The first one is accessibility, access to books, and support on development of the book ecosystem.
Ми повинні знати потреби
We should know and realize what the needs are of our readers, distributors, and publishing houses to be able to react accordingly.
читати, власне, всю книжку,
We need to develop
починаючи,
the ecosystem
ну, може,
of books,
авторів, видавців,
starting with the authors, with the publishers who are creating content.
бібліотеки. А в результаті цих всіх заходів, які плануються,
And as a result,
вільний доступ
the readers should be granted free access to legal publishing product.
кожен раз буду мати на увазі,
When I'm going to talk about the accessibility, what I mean is legal
тому що в Україні розвиток
access, because in Ukraine, pirating copies and fake
не вживається заходів.
bookstore
Що це зменшує
content is actually provided
легальність.
on an everyday basis, and no one is actually able to fight it. Therefore, we are striving to foster the development of the legal products production. The second aspect is the development of the habit and the need of read in different age groups, mostly teenagers and people who are socially excluded in a way. Our aim is for the readership to be a trend
Книжок було
somehow,
практикою проведення дозвілля,
enabling us to treat reading as a leisure activity
всі, хто
for the majority of Ukrainian
займає
residents and citizens. For everyone who's granted education and being educated, to understand that reading is an integral part of creating
читання
lifelong experience
хорошою практикою
and should be a lifelong educational practice
і соціальної адаптації людей.
to foster social adaptation of people
Людей потребують цієї соціальної
as means of inclusion and somehow, as I said, social adaptation,
мають читання, мають
especially during the war
в цьому
that we are facing now, which readership is somehow able to
для
provide.
доступності книжок. Ми вважаємо, що
In terms of accessibility, I would say that we need
збільшити поповнення фондів українських бібліотек
to enhance our budget 10 times.
на 0 чи
As I had mentioned, they are being replenished
ніякого поповнення не було.
in very minimal
До війни це
scope.
було
In 2022, it was really minimal. Before the war, it was 0.3%, and we would like to aim at least 2%.
і це напевно менше ніж в інших країнах, але ми вважаємо, що
It's much less than in other countries, but I suppose it might be a big achievement.
публічних
100% of our public and academic libraries shall be digitalized and using informatic technology
ведеться
and information technology to create catalogs far from the paper versions that we are and have been using so far.
хто які книжки
The
обирає.
number of credible sources of who is leasing which books is kind of difficult for us nowadays, and this research cannot be conducted until we have it digitalized.
Конструювати
We do also face problem of renovation and reconstruction of those buildings and equipment that had been damaged as a result of the war, and also the renovation of the equipment.
впевнена, що є в 30% бібліотек.
I'm not sure we have computers available in 30% of
Доступ інтернету є.
libraries. They're like minimal as is the access to the internet, and it's not available everywhere.
Щоби розвивати цю книжкову
in order to
і підвищувати доступність.
develop our ecosystem and enhance the access,
Я маю на увазі
we
державу
should,
насамперед, яка
I mean,
має втілювати цю
the
стратегію,
authorities
інститут книги.
of the country to launch the strategy, and our book institute,
Ми хочемо
which had been bestowed this task
тому
into. We would like to start new publications because the publishers are in a very difficult financial situation these days.
запускати одночасно багато видавничих
They are physically unable to manage several publishing projects. They need to
запускати
wait for the previous books to be sold before they launch the next projects, and it somehow stifles the development of
на
our market.
20-25 тисяч назв тільки книжок. Теж
Nowadays, we are having about 25,000 book titles on the market. The choice is limited and probably insufficient.
також
Our aim is, of course, to
вже прийнятий з
make it much larger, and
фінансових субсидій.
that's not it, because in our strategy we have planned and allocated subsidies for bookshops, which is also indispensable because the venues of libraries are unable to maintain themselves.
І надходження ті
The costs are huge.
від продажу. Але цей закон
Yet
коштів
the bill
застопорилося в Мінфіні.
concerning the subsidies
Всі ми розуміємо, що Україна не
had
має
been taken by the Ministry of Finance, and we do understand that Ukraine does not have funds to be able to support financially the books and development of the market. However, without it, the bookshops will be closed, at least the ones that have remained active, and we should not allow it for
не дуже значні
disappearing from the market and resuscitate it afterwards. We need to maintain and preserve the level.
таким
So that bookstores can at least cover rent, and another component of our strategy
чи ваучери
are vouchers
для придбання книжок.
for the people, for readers, allowing them to purchase books.
Що
The Act provides,
фінансову
or under the Act, this financial assistance, this support will be provided to parents of new parents, as well as for youngsters after 14 who've turned 14.
коли різко падає
We know that teenagers at the age of 13, 14, 15
значно зменшення.
can lose interest in reading
У
at
нас
times.
розроблена схема, як це все
And we've developed a diagram.
машина.
We have a concept of how this works, but the reason also has to do with the. I mean, we don't have the funds in the
Це вже
Ukrainian
значно
budget,
більші кошти, ніж потрібні на
and
для книгарень.
these are more considerable expenses than the ones related
Наші
to
цілі, які ми хочемо
subsidies for
досягти,
bookstores.
стратегія в нас
Our goals in our strategy. The strategy is through 2032. That's the time frame.
показники, які
Our
бачите на екрані.
goals and the indices, the indicators we have on this slide. We want to
Ринкових
have
комерційних книжок, тобто тих, які розповсюджуються в книгарнях. Бо у нас
books
є дуже
available in the bookstores
книжок, які
because we have many books that had been published or commissioned by the state. Textbooks for secondary schools, for instance. Last year, the state did not commission textbooks, and this led to a difficult situation for teachers and students who didn't have the teacher aids.
на виданні книжок по цих державних,
And the publishing houses that specialized in school books,
щось треба міняти.
which relied on state commissions, So textbooks have to be on loan, or we want at least one book published per capita. On average, we want there to be between 200 and 250 new bookstores. We want to rebuild libraries that were destroyed by the Russian Federation. The annual replenishment rate of public library funds would be 2%. We want to improve literacy up to at least 40%. This applies to children from vulnerable population groups, and we want to increase literacy to 21-22 daily reading by up to 22%, and readers among adults from vulnerable population groups, children, we want it up to 40%, while for adults, we want that to go up to 21%. Obviously, these are very ambitious goals, and we still don't know how they can be achieved. Given that the Ukrainian budget, given that there are no funds earmarked for that strategy, or if any, the funds earmarked will be minimal. This year, the Ukrainian Book Institute was given subsidies, was given less than 2 million euros of annual funding, and that's to cover all the expenses, all events, international fairs, translate Ukraine. So we're trying to keep up, we're trying to have books published and keep publishing houses going, but it's only a drop in a sea of need, if you will. I don't know to what extent it will affect the indicators. So in order to implement this program, we need at least 100 million euros a year. And Ukrainian books, the survival of Ukrainian books and bookstores and publishing houses and libraries will depend on the international community, to which we are addressing our requests, and we're looking forward to your assistance. We're counting on your assistance, dear friends and dear fellow book lovers. Thank you very much for your attention, and stand with Ukraine and respond to our, stay in touch, and we will be happy. We'll appreciate any type of assistance.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
Thank you very much.
To są poruszające dane.
Those were really moving figures. I really don't know how to comment, although I do hope that
100 milionów
100 million euros
w skali
annually,
pomocy, która
and in terms of the aid, the relief effort for Ukraine, maybe we will be able to find 100 million euros.
Takim ważnym elementem jest to,
one important component,
wy wiecie, ile potrzebujecie,
you know how much you need,
że wasze władze wiedzą,
your authorities
i że
know how necessary this is, and apart from there being an international effort, I'm sure
żądać tych pieniędzy.
that you'll also
Zobaczmy,
apply for these
przechodząc do
funds.
zupełnie innej
So
sytuacji.
now let's move on to an entirely different environment, entirely different situation. Fiona Evans is
do spraw szkół,
director of school programs and a member of the senior management team at the National Literacy Trust,
która jest
UK.
organizacją, jedną z
The
najwspanialszych
NLT
organizacji
is
na
one of the
świecie,
world's greatest,
zajmujących się
finest organizations
upowszechnianiem czytania w
that
sposób
promotes
taki niesamowicie
literacy in a very strategic and holistic way.
I dlatego
Therefore,
tutaj zobaczywszy ten stan
so having seen
zapaści,
the collapse,
chyba trzeba to nazwać,
I think
które
that's the
nasi bracia
right word
przeżywają.
that's being experienced by our
Zobaczymy
Ukrainian
też,
brothers.
jakby jak do tego
We'll also
podchodzą kraje,
see
które
how
no, mają
the
zupełnie
whole
inną
issue of leadership
sytuację.
and literacy is approached by countries in an
miejmy
entirely
nadzieję, że
different
ten przykład,
situation, and I hope that this example,
gdzieś dużo nam może
this
pokazać
of best practice will be
nauczyć.
very informative and instructive.
Także Fiona,
So Fiona,
oddaję Ci głos.
over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having the National Literacy Trust here with you today in Poland, and thank you for introducing us to our colleagues in Ukraine. I'd like to start by saying, on behalf of the National Literacy Trust, the UK stands with Ukraine. The National Literacy Trust stands with Ukraine. We would be honoured and humbled if there are strategies, initiatives, ways of working that we have trialled in the UK that could be replicated by our colleagues in Poland and Ukraine. And we would be honoured to learn from the organisations that are in the room today. Ensuring we have a literate society is indeed everybody's responsibility. As we've heard already this afternoon, literacy is a social justice issue. Let me tell you a little bit about the National Literacy Trust. We have been going for 30 years, and we were originally set up to do exactly as Alexandra was talking about, to implement the UK's reading strategy. And really interestingly, the strategy that Alexandra has just described was very, very similar to the UK reading strategy. It was about access to books. It was about involving children and young people in developing habits, and it was about supporting the pipeline of those books. It was about supporting the publishing industry and the authors and writers and illustrators of those books. Now, you would think that perhaps 30 years later, we would no longer need to exist as an organisation. However, I'm sad to say that we do still need to exist. I can tell you a few statistics. In the UK at the moment, 25% of our 11-year-olds leave school without the literacy you would expect for their age. That rises to 39% of children in more deprived areas. In the UK, 16% of adults don't have the required literacy skills for what they want to use words for in their life. And there are 500,000 children in the UK that still do not own a book of their own. That's about 20% of 5 to 8-year-olds. There are about 4,000 primary schools in the UK that do not have a library, and only 40% of children aged 8 to 18 say that they enjoy reading. In fact, in the most recent PEARLS study, which was published last week, only 29% of our 9-year-olds say they enjoy reading. And that's despite the fact that we know that children who enjoy reading are 3 times as more likely to be good at reading and to have good academic achievement. Children from disadvantaged areas in the UK arrive at school 5 months behind their peers. By the time they're 11, they can be 9 months behind their peers, and by the time they're 16, they can be 18 months behind their peers. These are shocking statistics, but I understand and appreciate that these sorts of statistics will be hugely magnified and amplified in Ukraine, where there is the extra huge barrier of the war, which will have increased these difficulties and these challenges. So I was very appreciative to understand the reading strategy of Ukraine, and I would absolutely in no way say that you haven't got an enormous challenge, an enormous task on your hands, because there is a large task in the UK without those same challenges. So absolutely, we stand with you and we would support you in doing anything that we can to help your reading strategy be implemented. It could not be more important. One of the things that has come across this afternoon in everything that Thomas has said and Alexandra has said is that literacy is complex. At the National Literacy Trust, we like to talk about literacy in 3 waves. We have a lot of triads when we're talking about literacy. We are about reading and writing and also verbal communication. We are about reading skills, but we're also about addressing attitudes and behaviours. It was amazing to see that the Ukraine reading strategy absolutely tackles the attitudes and behaviours head on, because reading is an affective process. It's an emotional process. It's linked to identity as well as being a cognitive process. So no reading strategy will be effective without looking at attitudes and behaviours as well. No education system alone will ever address literacy, because literacy exists outside of school. So at the National Literacy Trust, we do as much work outside the school, in homes and in communities, as we do inside schools. And I would urge the Ukraine to consider this as well. We work in nursery schools, in primary schools and secondary schools. We also work with the most vulnerable young people, so those children who are excluded from schools, those children who may be in youth offending institutions where they absolutely need the greatest level of support. But we also focus a lot of our time and attention on the home, what parents can do, what grandparents can do, what childminders can do. We heard last night about the Reading with Dads initiative and the Reading with Dads campaign and how important the role models are in children's lives. As Thomas was saying earlier, everybody needs a significant adult role model if they are to become a genuine reader. Sometimes parents do not know, they simply do not realise that they are their child's first teacher. They may be very comfortable with their child's physical development. They may understand how to support their child's play, but they may not understand or may not be convinced that sharing books, supporting their child's language is one of the most important things they can do. And giving parents the confidence to do that is one of the key important things that the National Literacy Trust does. But we also work in the community. We work through sports teams. We work through public libraries, but we also find ourselves in shopping centres, in supermarkets, and on trains and planes. And that is mirrored in the way that we are funded. It's a big task we have on our hands in the UK. It's an even greater task that the Ukraine has on its hands. And that task, that challenge, cannot be solved simply by the state. We have found over the 30 years of being in existence at the National Literacy Trust that we need to bring to bear the public, the state, the government, the Ministry for Education on this challenge. We need to bring in philanthropy, trust and foundations, individual supporters, but crucially, and this has made an enormous difference to the National Literacy Trust, we need to bring on board private money. We need to bring on board regional businesses, national businesses, global corporate businesses. It is lovely to see in the room today representatives of businesses and to know that there are businesses represented in the audience in Ukraine. But I would urge you that if you wish to tackle your issues around literacy and around books in both Poland and Ukraine, you must galvanise your corporate businesses to help you. One of the initiatives that we have put in place over the last 10 years that I was discussing with some colleagues this morning is our Vision for Literacy pledge. You'll see on here a whole range of businesses, and I hope there are some that you will recognise because they are global businesses. Our Vision for Literacy pledge is a place for businesses to come together to put themselves behind literacy, to put themselves behind our reading strategy. Some of the businesses here fund our initiatives and fund our programmes. But some businesses on the page here are simply saying they are behind reading, they are behind improving literacy, and they are not giving funds to us for our programmes, but they are doing what they can do themselves within their businesses. And that's a really important entry point for working with your businesses. I wanted to show you a couple of our case studies of ways that we have worked with global businesses over the years. I've started with this one because I think it is probably the most recognisable business, and I hope everybody in the room here and in Ukraine will recognise the golden arches, as we say in English, of McDonald's. Indeed, anecdotally, many parents say that the letter M is the first letter that their child recognises. We've been partnering with McDonald's for 9 years on their Happy Meal Readers campaign, and in that time, we have distributed 90 million books. That is an enormous number. And it's a very, very important partner. The Ukraine has, as part of their reading strategy, the first was about book distribution and access to books. This is a key way that access to books could be achieved if we could get these businesses on board. We've been partnering with them since 2013, and the free books are in the Happy Meals every 5 weeks. This also has an additional benefit that there's a reduction in the plastic toys that are in Happy Meals as well. So there's also an environmental benefit as well as a readership benefit. Our partnership with McDonald's is supported by the research that we do as an organisation. And in the TV adverts around the Happy Meals, they actually quoted our research, which reminded people that 18% of 5 to 8-year-olds do not own a book of their own. So it's really important, if you're going to work with corporate businesses and global businesses, that your rationales and your strategies are evidence-based and well-informed by research and statistics. For us, one of the best benefits of working with McDonald's is that they are represented very densely in the communities where we wish to work. So McDonald's help us to get to the people we wish to reach. These are people who may not be in bookshops. They may not be in libraries. They may not be from families where there are lots of books at home. But if they are there with their children in the McDonald's cafe and they receive the book, that could be the best opportunity for them to start sharing that book with their family. Their target audience are the families we also wish to serve. This is an entirely different partnership that we have with Longcom. I can see a lot of very, very well-dressed women in the audience here who I'm sure are very familiar with Longcom products. Here you can see the ambassadors of Longcom here. That's Kate Winslet on the top, who you all know from the film Titanic, very famous British actress. And that's Lupita Nyong'o on the right there, who you will also know from very famous recent films. Kate Winslet and Lupita Nyong'o are the ambassadors for Longcom. And Longcom have a global strategy, a global initiative called Write Her Future. And across the world, the Longcom organisation wishes to support young women's literacy. And so they came to us, the National Literacy Trust in the UK, for the UK implementation of that global strategy. And it has worked really, really well. The programme we do with Longcom addresses multiple facets of literacy: reading, writing, speaking and listening, and it has a women in leadership angle to it. So we provide workshops to improve literacy, communication and leadership skills. And the students are also given guidance on speech writing, and they also work on internships during the summer. It inspires young women to work towards achieving their dreams. And the Longcom and the National Literacy Trust host a panel event which features inspiring women from a diverse range of backgrounds and diverse range of job roles, which helps the young people understand the importance of good literacy. So whilst Longcom fund our initiative, we couldn't deliver it without the funding from Longcom, they also bring something really special that we couldn't bring. They bring these inspiring role models. They bring a brand which our young women are very excited about, they're very inspired about. It doesn't feel like school. It feels like something that is cool and trendy and interesting to them. So it allows them to engage with literacy in an entirely different way to when they're engaging with literacy at school. Again, this is a third and important initiative that we have going on at the moment. JP Morgan is a huge corporate global bank, and they have a new bank called Chase, which is new in the UK. Chase is huge in the States. I'm looking at a couple of my US colleagues in the room. Chase is an enormous bank in the United States, but it's brand new in the UK. And it was really, really important for Chase when they started off in the UK that they had social impact at the heart of what they were doing and what they were achieving. So they asked to come and work with the National Literacy Trust and to help us solve one of the biggest problems that we have in the UK at the moment. And that problem is that it is not statutory, I'll say that again, it is not a legal requirement to have a library in a primary school in the UK. It is discretionary. It is a legal requirement to have a library in a prison in the UK, but it is not a legal requirement to have a library for our children who are 5 years to 11 years old. Now, you can imagine that that is a serious issue for some of our children whose family do not have any books, whose families may not take them to the public library, and who will otherwise find it very difficult to choose and access books. We want our children to be able to access books that appeal to them, that engage them. We want them to access new books. We want them to be able to access books which have characters that are like them, that represent them. And crucially, we want them to have self-agency to become readers. We want them to be able to freely go in and choose those books themselves. So we want those books to feel different to the books that they may study in their lessons. Through this initiative, we are actually creating the readers of the future, the library users of the future, and the book buyers of the future. In this partnership with Chase UK, we have already put in 156 libraries, 92,000 books, trained 300 teachers, and got to over 20,000 families. In fact, by the end of this year, we will have doubled all those numbers. That will take us about a third of a way to what we need to do in the UK to address this problem in primary schools. Our aim is by the end of 2025 to have put 1,000 libraries across the country, trained these teachers and given these excellent collections of books by the end of 2025. When I was listening to Alexandra earlier, the reading strategy in Ukraine and the challenge that you have in Ukraine reminded me of this initiative. You will be needing to regenerate your public libraries, but also your book collections within Ukrainian schools. And it strikes me that that is going to be very hard to do unless you have the funding and the support from global businesses. For global businesses to get behind the regeneration like that in Ukraine would be an enormously important social impact initiative on their behalf, which could only do good for their own reputations. You may see in the corner of this photograph here that there's a lady here on the right. I don't know if any of you recognise who that is. We are extremely lucky that Queen Camilla is the patron of the National Literacy Trust. She cares passionately about children's access to books. And it was my absolute privilege to take her into a school last week in Bristol, in the southwest of the UK, where she came and saw the brand new library that we'd put in there, and she spoke to the children. She read books. We had Francesca Simon, who wrote Horrid Henry, read a book about the Queen. We had Mallory Blackman, who wrote Noughts and Crosses, was there. And we also had Queen Camilla drawing a crown. We had the illustrator who drew crowns from his book was also there, and she drew her own crown and signed it. But to have a role model and an endorsement at somebody at that such high level has sent a very, very powerful message to our UK government, but also to our UK businesses. The CEO of Chase is very proud to be at a table there with the Queen of England. And I think that is also a very important point to make, that businesses would like to be part of the group, the part of the change makers with the highest levels of society around the same table. I popped this one in because I arrived yesterday on EasyJet. This, again, is presumably a brand that you are all familiar with. EasyJet and the National Literacy Trust worked together pre-pandemic to create what we called flyberries. That was a joke, a pun, libraries, flyberries. And it was very successful. Again, because we had a lot of ambassadors, a lot of well-known celebrities were interested in this, and lots of people got behind the idea and thought it was a great fun initiative. I put this up here as perhaps an example of where it's important to be sure that your initiatives are actually reaching those families you wish to reach. We did reach some families through this initiative, but we have since worked much harder with other forms of transport and other organisations and companies that actually organise the trains, the trams, the buses, the local transport infrastructure that our families, or the families we wish to reach, use on a daily basis. So we've worked with putting books on trains, we've worked with putting books on trams, and we have also done a lot of work on walk and talk trails through local parks. Our work with the transport infrastructure is a key strategy of the National Literacy Trust, because it is about us finding people where they are in their daily lives. And again, I would urge both the Polish colleagues here and Ukrainian colleagues to be thinking, as you develop your strategies, where are you going to find people? Where can you actually have those touch points with families, parents, young people in their daily lives multiple times? How can you find people where they are comfortable, where there is their space, and where you will not be asking or threatening in any way, but providing something additional in a supportive way? I think, in summary, what our global businesses have brought to the National Literacy Trust, and which I hope they could bring to Ukraine and to Poland, is the funding, is the role models, is the trusted brands, it is the access to people where they are, but I don't think they could have done that without the support of the National Literacy Trust. I think it has worked because it has been a partnership and a collaboration. And talking to colleagues in the room today, I'm very conscious that you and your organisations would be bringing exactly the same to your potential corporate partnerships as the National Literacy Trust has done. I think what we bring is convening power. The National Literacy Trust does everything in partnership, and we are good at getting people round the table. I've heard today, this morning, from Alexandra and from Thomas, but also from colleagues that I've spoken to, that you too are very, very good at getting people round the table. They want to listen to you, they want to understand the problems, and they want to help. Convening people, getting people together is a key thing that you can do, and you need not be shy about doing that at all. It is about being proactive about that. I think we bring an awful lot of research to the table. We have our own research team, and we have been running research and surveys for a long time. Our national reading, our annual literacy survey has been going for nearly 20 years, and it is the biggest survey in the world on literacy, attitudes and behaviours. So we have really great insight that we are bringing when we are talking to our corporate partners. I'm aware in the room that the organisations I'm talking to here today also have that insight and can bring that to your corporate partners. We have an expertise because we are on the ground about what the problems are and what the solutions are. And we have proper connections to schools and children. If you are KPMG, PwC, JP Morgan, McDonald's, Longcom, you do not have that day-to-day connection with children, with teachers, with schools. You do not know how to make that connection, and you need a bridge to do so. The National Literacy Trust provides that bridge, and I'm sure you can replicate that also in Poland and in Ukraine. We also bring political campaigning, because as I said at the beginning, we need to look at this, to look at the challenges at every level of society. So we can bring the political aspect and our political campaigning capacity alongside the appetite and the funding from our corporate partners. And also, as a National Literacy Trust, we are trusted and known and respected as a charity, and that helps us to bring people together and to solve problems together, because we do not have a political angle that we are exercising. We are able to talk the language of all sectors. We can talk the language of education and of teachers. We can talk the language of communities. We understand our publishers and our authors, and we also understand our corporate partners and our education systems. So I would urge you that literacy is so clearly a social justice issue. It's a social justice issue in the UK. It is even more of a democratic and social justice issue in Ukraine. I would love to see Ukraine's reading strategy implemented by using the same 3 levers that we have used in the UK. Because I strongly believe, and the National Literacy Trust strongly believes, that it's only when we activate those 3 levers of the charity sector, the corporate business sector, and the government sector together that we can make the difference we need to make at speed and at scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fiona. It was very powerful. and I think a lot of reflections for all of us. We were supposed to have a questions and comments session now, but we are behind the schedule actually. So I think we have to take a break. There is food outside, and we will be back here at 4. So we have 45 minutes to eat. And then we have to start on time at 4 in order to not be late for our other meetings and speeches. So, yeah. Widzimy się z powrotem o 4.
Okay, see you back here at 4 p.m.
I jeszcze jedna
And
propozycja.
one more thing.
Te pytania, które miały teraz
The
być,
questions
czasu nie starczyło.
that I'm sure you all have that we didn't have time to ask, again, why don't you walk up to our speakers over lunch? If anybody wants to ask Fiona a question and they're not comfortable speaking English, then I'm sure you can ask someone for help, and I'm also willing to help if need be. Right, so see you back here at 4 p.m.
Dobrze, to już zaczniemy drugą część naszego spotkania. I ja poproszę.
I'd like to start the second part of our meeting. So, would it be possible to have Katja from Uppsala, our next speaker that will be taking the floor pretty soon? Can we have, please, Grzegorz Majerowicz, who is the member of the board of the Polish Book Fund, to read. And Cassie, once she's back.
Czy mamy łączność z Ukrinformem?
Do we have a connection with Ukrinform?
Закладamy, że mamy.
Spokojnie. Pół godziny nawet.
Ми все вас бачимо, ми все чуємо. Дуже приємно. То трошки нас зараз ще повертаються люди. У нас повітряна тривога знов.
Like people are coming back. We have some kind of alarm. There are like some signals and alarms and bombshells. So we have a specifics of having the meeting run, so we can see everything and like participate in the meeting as well.
Bardzo się cieszymy, że nas słyszycie i słuchacie. Faktycznie.
Very happy that you can hear us. So this is this kind of daily routine of the Ukraine. Currently is kind of devastating and always makes an impression. And we are far-fetched in thinking about it. So I was talking about Aleksandra Kowal, and there was an alarm. She had to go down to the shelter.
No gdzieś nagle to zaczynamy czuć.
And now it becomes tangible. The situation is different.
Zaczniemy drugą sesję.
We're going to start the second session
listu
with the letter that we have received from Vice President of the European Commission, Margaritis Shinaios,
który jest Grekiem i ma taki imię.
Who's Greek and has a name that is kind of difficult to pronounce for us. The letter will be read by Mr. Grzegorz Majerowicz
po polsku,
in Polish.
Ale tłumaczenie będzie zapewnione.
But we are going to provide the interpretation, so it will be possible to read it. Consequences of Russia's brutal military aggression against Ukraine are devastating across the board, and the impact on education and culture is no exception. The war is robbing the children of Ukraine of the features they deserve. It has torn them from their homes. From some, it has deprived them from their parents, and of many, it risks jeopardizing their fundamental right to education. Ukrainian culture is also a special target of Russia's aggressions, with hundreds of cultural sites destroyed or damaged since the start of the invasion. This is not collateral damage. It's deliberate attempt to chip away at the rich architectural and cultural heritage that belongs to Ukraine, to its people, to its nation, and to Ukraine's and Europe's identity. Maintaining access to education, preserving freedom of speech, cultural and artistic expression, and protecting Ukraine's cultural heritage of Ukraine is therefore a particular focus of the EU's support to Ukraine. Winning this war is far more than a question of military might. The loss will already have been too great if we cannot protect Ukraine's past through its culture or Ukraine's future through the education of its youth. The Commission's support to Ukraine in both fields is unwavering. We are actively supporting the continuation of education of students who have fled Ukraine or have been displaced through an additional €100 million Erasmus Plus budget. We have also supported the delivery of 500,000 school books in Ukrainian language and provided free online professional development courses for teachers on the European School Education Platform. Finally, we have published a set of guidelines for teachers and educators on tackling disinformation and promoting digital literacy. Under Creative Europe, we encourage cultural cooperation between European and Ukrainian organizations. I am particularly glad that the Federation of the European Publishers have been selected for the Tales of Ukraine project that will provide bilingual books to Ukrainian children displaced in Poland and other EU countries. We encourage support mechanisms, the transition and distribution of literature from Ukraine and to Ukraine, and provide specific support mechanisms to artists to continue their activities. In coordination with member states, we are also bringing support to Ukrainians in protecting and rebuilding their rich, tangible or intangible cultural heritage. Ukraine and the European Union defend the same way of life, the same model of society, the same values and principles. And our solidarity is a fundamental pillar of our partnership, present and future. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers for raising funders' awareness on the absolute necessity to include education and culture high on the agenda. Thank you.
Bardzo dziękujemy wiceprezydentowi Komisji
Thank you very much to the Vice President of the European Commission,
objął
who had actually taken patronage of the culture theme several days ago, actually.
mieć list od
So we were supposed to have the Mario Gabriel's letter,
jeżeli dobrze rozumiemy, teraz tworzy rząd bułgarski.
who is now in transition process creating the Bulgarian government. So last minute we applied for the letter from President Shinas, who is responsible for education and culture. And in actually one day we have been granted the letter. So we would highly appreciate this effort. And we're thrilled to have the fact that the awareness of support to Ukraine is so strong at top echelons of the European authorities levels. We have a very short recording of Dr. Jürgen Maas, who is the director of one of the biggest foundations of distributing reading, Lesenstiftung, in Germany. But he's also the EU Read organization that is actually
właściwie nie tylko
providing support to the third sectors, institutions with supports, NGOs working for strengthening and fostering the readership.
We strongly believe that the right and the ability to read is an indispensable right in modern democracy. We also know at the same time that major parts of our society, regardless whether in the west or eastern part of Europe, in the northern or southern part, cannot or are unable to read and to grasp information provided in written forms. We are therefore very much encouraging all of our colleagues in the East, in Poland, in the Ukraine, and in other parts of Europe to focus on encouraging young families, societies, and all parts of our democracy to encourage young people and families to read. Because reading is the basis for democracy, is the basis for education and the future for each of our countries. I wish you a lot of success, and please get across the message that without reading, we have no future. Thank you very much.
My też bardzo dziękujemy za to
We are also very grateful for this short message.
Chciałabym też z organizacji ogólnoeuropejskiej.
From a global, well, if not just a European organization that was strengthening the process we are talking about in here.
Powinniśmy połączyć się.
Now we should be able to connect with Professor Zuckerman, if it's possible, technologically, of course.
Jeżeli mamy połączenie.
Do we have a connection with Barry Zuckerman?
Słucham? Nie mamy, ale
no connection yet.
You went out of the room and actually you're invited to sit.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Barry. We don't see you yet.
We can hear you, which is great news.
We should be able to see Barry and his presentation hopefully in a moment. It's a long way to Boston, so it takes time. Oh, here you go. So now we see you.
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
We can see you. Wonderful.
Okay.
So actually, I will not try to introduce you in a very long way, but we have met with Barry 4 years ago and are friends since. So the floor is yours.
Okay. Well, thank you, Maria. I am honored to participate in this conference. I think it's quite unique for two countries to get together to support the children of both countries around reading, which is the core, as you've pointed out, of not only learning, but also democracy for those countries. So this is very special, and I am honored to participate along with the other people that you have arranged who are really in a position to make the kind of changes that will be recommended and needed for the future as part of this. I want to start by telling the story. Can I have the next slide, please? So here's a story. About 20 years ago, I was a member of a Carnegie Commission on meeting the needs of children. And we spent a couple of years, reviewing information about what children need. We did site visits to places to understand what kind of support families needed for the children. And then after a couple of years, we prepared the report, and it was going to be a big presentation of that report in Washington, D.C. A lot of high-powered people were invited. It was a very special event. They had, very important speakers there. And, we presented the information that we had obtained. And the next day, to our unfortunately, it only made a back page. The story just didn't seem to hit with the media that was present there. On the other hand, there was one op-ed piece by a columnist who wrote, geez, I was at this conference and they were talking about children and children's brains. And they said, well, children's brain is just like a computer. The more experiences it has, the more connections it makes, and the smarter it becomes. And somehow that got everyone's attention. And that was followed by this and many other pictures and magazines in the US about children's brains. I think what we learned about that, when we use the words education, teaching, literacy, somehow that doesn't resonate. But somehow, at least in the US and hopefully around the world, when we talk about children's brains, that was more likely to get the attention, particularly of policymakers, of the community and of families. So the brain is part of the story, and it is something that we can and should publicly talk about, because if our experience in the US will resonate with you all, it just becomes a way of getting the attention this issue needs. And I've long learned, what's the best way to get people's attention and motivate them. And a child's brain that worked for us and hopefully will work for you. So can I have the next slide, please? So this is your brief description of what we know about a child's brain at birth. You see these are nerve cells, and you see those little squiggles from it are called dendrites. And at birth, you see very few of them are connected. And over the first few years, they become connected all over the brain, as you can see in that picture of the brain of a 6-year-old. So the number of nerve cells are the same. The connections are just a myriad of between them, reflecting the child's both experience and growing ability. What you can then look at 14-year-old, you see, again, the same number of nerve cells, but a little less connected. And what we've learned about this process is that if the brain cells that get stimulated will keep the connections, and the ones that don't get stimulated will lose the connections. So these kind of outside experiences that a child has is important for the connections and their brain. And certainly one of the most important experiences that children have are verbal interactions or social interactions with parents and other adults, and reading is probably an extremely focused way to get those interactions going. So the brain is really responsive to this environment, and it can either help blossom the child's brain or limit it. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide. So also in the stage of children's brain growth, there's certain sensitive periods. And as you can see, particularly in the first years of life, language is extraordinarily sensitive. The number of words children hear, the number of interactions that go on, and that's really a time of great growth of the brain part that's related to language. As children get older, as you can see, then it's called higher cognitive functions. But the base, starts with language which includes words, which includes parents reading to children, and I'll get to that. But so not only do you have the importance of the environment, in those early years, language is a key part of the sensitivity of the child's brain. Have the next slide, please. So a study that was done a number of years ago showing that they literally went into families' homes once a month and recorded the number of words children heard. And if you could see, welfare families mean these were poor families getting a variety of income supports. Every week they heard 61,000 words, and over 3 years that was about 10 million words. Working class families heard almost twice per week, and literally twice over by cumulative by 3 years. And again, professional families, these are highly educated families, literally heard again almost twice per week, and 30 million over 3 years. So the input is clearly related to parents' probably education and knowledge, which was different back then than it is now. So what was the outcome of this input? Next slide, please. The outcome was the number of words children had at age 3. And you can see the children of professional families had literally over twice the number of words that children of welfare families have. And the number of words is a best of marker of, again, the input into the brain and the brain structure to continue to learn. So what comes in really matters to the brain, and it then matters the output, at least as measured by language. But that's only part of the story. The second part of the story is the next slide. This slide shows that it's beyond the number of words, but it's called turn taking. It's the back and forth that parents, can do with kids. It's not just giving them a lecture, but asking them a question, the child answers it, and a back and forth that goes, literally what a conversation is, what we would have as adults. And that's critically important to children. And you could see the children's verbals, if you look at this slide, the number of turn taking per hour was related to the number of words children heard or children learned, their verbal score. So the point is, it's not just the number of words, but it's the turn taking. So you could put on a tape recorder and children could hear 10,000 words over a week, but that's not any turn taking. And, the kind of learning and the impact on the brain will be minimal. And that's really important to know, particularly around computers and screens for children now. Adults can read on them, but children need more than a voice reading to them. They need, an interaction, a back and forth. And next slide, please. To just quickly go back to that last point is, part of that study showed not only the verbal score, but it actually showed an impact on the brain. So they really put it together, the number of turn taking, impact, the size of a certain area of the brain, impacted the verbal score. So the pieces of this piece of science from 2 years ago is putting the pieces together. I also want to talk, reading is not just reading. It's for children at different ages, they need different exposures. And this is really important because whether it's a poor family or a well-educated family, if people hear reading, they'll read to kids. But for a 6 to 12-month-old, it's not really reading. It's a matter of using a book that has pictures and faces and pointing and naming. So, here's a cat, here's a dog, that's the beginning of the process. And then you can see for 1 to 2 year olds, it's pictures of story that's relevant to a child's life, things, objects that they see and know, and can again be used with parents talking and pointing. And rhyming words are particularly important because children can, learn rhyming words better, and they can almost start repeating it because of rhymes. It's something that's easy for their memory. And then from 2 to 3 years, having reading at around a focused time, Nap time and bedtime is a good time to do it. Rhyming words, again, are makes it easier for children to learn words. And then for 3-year-olds, now you're getting into really stories, folk tales, alphabet, and counting. But the point I want to make at different stages, and this is just only for 3 years, and obviously the folk tales and legends, can start at 3 years, but can go sort of much stronger than that. But again, the story is, even as you read a story, it's more than just reading the story. And an adult, a parent, a teacher should ask, what do you think the child's feeling? What do you think they're going to do next? And it really becomes a conversation. Have the next slide, please. So this is a real emphasis on the first step of literacy and the benefits of reading aloud. Now, certainly reading aloud to children up to 3 and 4 before they can read it is sort of common. But in my experience, some children, even when they're in adolescence, love to have their parents, lying next to each other on the couch and the parents actually reading to them. And I'll make a point about that. But what are the benefits of reading aloud? It's these positive interactions. It fosters language development. It promotes reading skills. It motivates children to love books. And that point I would like to make is when children share books with someone they love, they will learn to love books. And that's really the first step in reading, is that, a love of books. And that really comes from the love of parents and the attention of parents. And the other benefits of reading aloud, it enhances children's attention span. It encourages memory. So we're really talking about just reading to children, a multifaceted approach. And when I'm saying reading, we're not talking about doing this for an hour. We're not even talking about doing it for a half hour, but 10 to 15 minutes, 2 or 3 times a day is really, very special time for children, and their benefits would include all that you're seeing there. And it's all of that is promoted through a child's brain development. Have the next slide, please. So with this in mind, as a pediatrician in the US, I was taking care of low-income families, and I had young children, and I would ask, and I was reading to them, and I would ask the parents whether they were reading to their young children, and they said no, and I said, why? They said, well, they didn't have any children's books, and particularly from children from other countries, immigrants in the US, it was certainly not a common practice. And then 50 years ago in the US, it wasn't necessarily a common practice. So we decided, to start giving books to the children at each pediatric visit, starting at 6 months of age through 5 years. We picked these books out. We raised money for it, which took some time. And in the beginning, the pediatrician said, well, this isn't about health. Other pediatricians said, I don't have time. But when the ones who didn't want to do it saw the responses of both the pediatricians and the families, when they did it, they sort of, came on board. A lot of studies were done. We did some, and there are over 20 published studies that show that parents who got books at pediatric visits were more likely the children, either the parents read more to their children or the children's reading scores or language scores were much improved. Every study showed a positive benefit. And the key of that to both raise the money and the evidence is 2 first ladies in the United States, Hillary Clinton, then Laura Bush, both thought this was a great idea and not only endorsed it, but were enthusiastic. And they would go to health, when they visit a city, they might go to a community health center and talk to the people and parents there about the importance of reading, and their involvement really helped us raise money from the business community. And hopefully some of your leaders in Poland and Ukraine, their enthusiastic support of this will also, be a guidepost for the kind of changes that you want to have, particularly getting books in the hands of children. I mean, libraries are really important, but books at home and not just in school are really important, where they're really part of children's life. This was over 30 years ago. We started this. It's been recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics, and it reaches over 4 million children in the US every year now for over 20 years. I'd like to reach a little more. And by the way, we only do this for sort of what we call low-income children, because they obviously didn't have access to books. That's one of the things parents told us is one reason they didn't have books. One is there were no children's bookstores in the inner city. They didn't have money to buy them. And the third thing was it was not part of their growing up, so they didn't do it. But when I gave a book to a parent in the office, and we not only
Kiedy zatem przekazałem książkę rodzicom w swoim gabinecie w przychodni, i to nie ograniczamy się tylko do przekazania książki, a też rozmawiamy. Na przykład dałem książkę matce rocznego dziecka i widziałem uśmiech na twarzy tego dziecka, kiedy zobaczyło, że matka się nim usiłuje, a mu coś czytać czy coś pokazać. Jako pediatra rzadko kiedy widzę uśmiech w swoim gabinecie. Robiłem.
We were going to start this through UNICEF, and they said, "Well, no, you don't understand. These mothers are illiterate; they can't do it." And I said, I think they can. And after a discussion, I said, "Let's go to the waiting room." I brought some books in the waiting room, and I sat down with a mother and maybe an 18-month-old, and I gave her the book. I didn't understand what she was saying. But she quickly looked at the pictures of the book, opened it up for the baby to see. And again, they were both smiling and talking. So I just think it's just sort of almost a magical bullet to get these kind of interactions, which stimulates the brain, which stimulates learning, which ends up with societies that are both learner and can be democratic in their approach. Next slide, please. The last thing I want to close with is about 30 years ago, in the face of, first it was earthquakes, how do we help children when there's a disaster? And psychologists and psychiatrists and mental health people came up, okay, what's really important in the face of a disaster to, help children cope and be resilient is that they have attention from the parent, that there's a physical closeness, and the kids have routines. Because usually with a disaster, they don't get any of these things. But what I realized when I looked at this, having a parent read to a child does all these three things. They get, even for 10 minutes, again, a couple times a day, they get the attention of a parent, they get the physical closeness, and it becomes the routine at certain parts of the day. So what I'm saying is, in the face, particularly now, for the stress that children from the Ukraine have experienced, parents reading to children, not only will they learn to read, it really becomes, one of the best coping strategies for them to deal with the upheaval that they've had in their lives. So let me end with that, with the hope that, what you're trying to achieve in this conference, you can get the attention of public officials and business people and develop the strategies, not just to make sure that children have books in their home, but parents realize that their participation with reading and talking about the books is really key. This is not something that a computer screen can do by itself. Certainly when we get older, we can read off a screen, but you'll hear something from Professor Marianne Wolf about what's really also important that screens can't always do. So let me end there, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Probably, yeah. You see us.
Yes.
Great. It's great to see you as well.
Yeah, great to see you. And I want to, I just want to acknowledge your tireless effort on children's behalf. It's just an inspiration to me. And as you know, I will do anything I can to help you.
Thank you. I do have one question, but maybe someone has other questions, or maybe we have a question from the Zoom. If there are any questions, I would be happy to take them. But my question to you is around the difference between, I think you told me once that there was a big difference when you started with a prescription only, and then you switched to actually giving books. The difference in your evaluation, can you tell us just a small comment on that?
Well, it's almost like anything with advice. If you tell people to do it, you know, who in a busy life, who knows what's going to happen? And that's what a prescription, you know, does. It says, you know, here you should go get a book and you should read. But the reality is, when you make it in the context, at least for a pediatrician, of the relationship with the parent and the parent, and you can reinforce, you know, the child's response to the parent's involvement with the book, and you give them the book, that makes a big difference. You know, it's one thing to say you should read. It's another level of involvement by actually giving the book. I mean, that's talking about, if it's that important, you know, don't just tell me, but, you know, why don't you give me the tool? I mean, that's what we do with other things. If it's really that important, we try and ensure access. You know, certainly people who have money don't need necessarily a free book, although interestingly enough, the parents who have money still appreciate that we're making an important statement by giving them the book. So when an important person, and it's not just handing out, you know, it's not just handing out books or, you know, take a book before you leave like we used to with a lollipop. This is making it part of, if you will, a visit, and therefore part of the child's health and well-being. You know, that becomes implicit in the time we spend, even a minute talking about it. It gives value to the parents. And also we're emphasizing their role, that this is not something that a machine does, that they matter. And, you know, when I see it in the office, I say, see how the child's face lights up when you talk to them and you become involved. That's what makes their brain develop. And that's the beginning of learning. And we're talking about the first 5-8 years of life.
Thank you. Thank you for that additional explanation. I don't think we have yet, there are questions. So just one moment, we'll take.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the really interesting talk. There's an initiative that provides books for Ukrainian children with the possibility for the father who stayed in Ukraine, the children are displaced children, to listen to the father or the grandparents reading. Do you think this affects the closeness that you mentioned? Because obviously they are possibly hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. And then a side question, why did Michelle Obama did not support your campaign?
Okay, so two questions. One is that the fathers, you know, doing what you're saying is really important, because, you know, fathers talking by a phone to young children, we all know, you know, that can sometimes be difficult. They don't know what to say. What do you do? This way, the book and the reading allows the connection and the caring without having to deal with, you know, what are you doing today? And did you have a good day? And what did you eat? And it really becomes a positive experience for the children, and it makes it easier for the father, because, if you will, they have a script that the child is enjoying, and the benefit is mutual. It's a way the father can make contact, real contact, both emotional and obviously verbal, with a child, as opposed to, you know, trying to have a conversation with a 5-year-old or a 7-year-old, which, you know, for some kids, you know, they can do it, but others, you know, sort of not. So it becomes an easy way. Listen, I was lucky. I first got Hillary Clinton, and, you know, to get, usually first ladies, they like to then do their own thing. And, you know, since Laura Bush was a librarian, I thought, geez, you know, this should be sort of easy. And honestly, Hillary Clinton agreed with us that we would sort of not mention her involvement and support when we talked to Laura Bush. And so Laura Bush came on board because if she knew that how involved Hillary Clinton was, she probably wouldn't have done it because, you know, they want their own thing. And obviously, Michelle Obama, it's not that, you know, she's cared about all children's things, but also did want her own thing, and her own thing was nutrition and children. So, you know, the point is, what your conference is doing is getting the attention, hopefully, of some key people, and they will pick this up. You know, there are a lot of important things that kids need, but I think you're talking about reading, literacy, education, individual productivity, and democracy. You know, it's really at the core of benefit to the societies and the countries we're talking about.
Thank you. I think there's another question.
Nie wiem, czy będzie tłumaczone na język angielski.
I'm not sure there will be translation, but will the professor hear the translation? Good. A very brief question on pediatricians giving book to children. How was that financed? How was that funded? Did it was this for all healthcare organizations, all doctors' offices, or was it more voluntary? If you could expand on that.
Marinia, I need a translation.
Oh, okay. I thought it wasn't going, so I'm waiting for it's. The question is, how did you get the the pediatric centers on board? Was it obligatory, or was it voluntarily? I mean, the cabinets of doctors could join by themselves, or was it in a way organized?
That's a good point. My experience is, you know, for change to occur, you need some passionate early adapters. And so I had, you know, there were a few pediatricians around the country who thought this was this is what they wanted to do. You know, they love children, and it's one thing to give them shots. They know that's healthy. But, you know, the books made it more fun. It was certainly symbolic of potentially their future and the family's future. And they jumped on board. They're you know, and then we used them, these passionate early adopters, as to become leaders locally. And so I'm a big believer, you know, the top down usually doesn't work when you do add-on things. So I try and deal with the frontline providers, get the ones who think this is a good idea, get them to do it, but also then, you know, create some visibility for their efforts. So we would help, you know, create some stories in local newspapers, you know, and certainly, again, when the First Lady, Hillary Clinton and Laura Bush talked about this, that also got people's attention, you know, and that really mattered. So it was not a policy. The government initially gave us some money, but then now it's mostly all on private money, or there is back to now some federal money, but that's beside the point. I'm just a big believer that, you know, if you have some leaders, both in the Ukraine and Poland, who appreciate and understand the value of children reading, of parents reading to them, and the importance of that to society, their emphasis will get attention, and then, you know, things can happen. And that's just my own way. I'm not, you know, in charge of anything that, you know, could make people do things. And my feeling is, you know, you can tell them to do things and they still won't. It has to come through their own peers and through, you know, other people, important people in the country who think what they're doing is valuable and important. Mm-hmm. Hopefully you can find some pediatric leaders, including some political leaders, who will take this one on.
There was, Barry, there was a second part of the question.
Oh. I'm sorry.
Okay. What? I'll tell you. What were your sources? How did you get money to buy books?
Yeah, begging, we went to foundations. Foundations are always looking for something new. The reading was not new, but having pediatricians involved as a group, they saw the potential benefit of that in terms of the larger picture. And then again, when you have, important people both locally, and we had those locally and also nationally paying attention to it, the business monies could follow that. Businesses are always looking, what is a good thing we can invest in that's not only important to society, but we get a lot of visibility and kudos for doing it. So I think there was some self-interest there, and we would thank them. Their names were visible, and it was a win-win all around. They're going to spend money on something, and the key, I think, that all of us should ask, both foundations and business, what are some of the key important things that a little bit of money, it's one thing to talk about $10,000 per year per child at school. It's another thing to talk about $30 per year for 3 or 4 books for a child.
Yeah, it's a good comparison that gives hope. I think we will have to end now, unfortunately. We still hope you'll come to Poland when your leg is back working.
Thank
or
you.
whatever you broke.
Well, I love my visit and to get to know you and your colleagues, and so I would love to come back.
Yeah, we'll try to organize that. But
Good.
and for now, thank you very, very much for.
Thank you, and good luck. Good luck.
Thank you. You heard the applause, right?
Yes, you're doing God's work.
Same back. Thank you,
Okay.
and hopefully see you soon.
Yes, hopefully. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye now.
Bye. So now we have Cassie Chatterton from World Book Day, which is an absolutely amazing example of what collaboration can do. Not huge organizations at the beginning, but just collaboration of peers, right? That was the beginning of World Book Day, and Cassie will tell us more. Thank you.
Thank you. Dzień dobry. I want to start by saying we are so proud and honored to be invited to speak at part of this incredibly important conference. The conversation we're having today is absolutely vital to all of our futures. So on behalf of World Book Day, thank you so much for having us. So yes, I was invited by Maria to talk about World Book Day as a collaborative project. So I'm going to focus on quite a few of the inner workings of World Book Day for you today. Many of you, I'm sure, are aware of World Book Day because it was created around 27 years ago now by UNESCO as a celebration of books and reading. And so World Book Day is actually celebrated in around 100 countries around the globe. In the UK, it's a charity. So it was set up as a celebration of books and reading and very quickly was founded into a charity by the Booksellers Association and the Publishers Association, which are trade bodies which support bookselling and publishing. I'll come back to that point. So as a charity, we have to make a public benefit. And of course, our public benefit is to encourage more children to love reading. So what we say is our mission is to change lives through a love of books and reading, because we all know that's what a love of reading can do. Occasionally, you'll see on these slides a speech bubble with some writing in it. I hope you can, it's very small, I hope you can read it. These are quotes from children who we spoke to and asked them about their experience of World Book Day. They told us about the fact that World Book Day made a real difference to their reading lives. So some of these quotes kind of illustrate those points. So World Book Day as a charity exists to improve children's life chances, and particularly those who are growing up with disadvantage and inequality. We're encouraged reading for pleasure because that is what can really address social inequality. Essentially, what we do as a charity is produce an annual event, a campaign, a celebration. And it is absolutely important and critical that that celebration is joyful. It's an exciting moment in children's lives. Some of you may have heard that in the UK, and I think actually now it's growing across the world, that children take this as an opportunity to dress up as their favourite characters. And so on World Book Day every year, I will certainly see, but everybody will see, children going to school in the morning dressed up in the most fantastic outfits. And it all adds up to that sense of joyful celebration of reading. And then we also support as a charity those around children, so teachers, librarians, booksellers, etc., to love reading in other ways throughout the year. So because we're such a high-profile campaign, it's really important that we get the message out there about why reading for pleasure matters. So we all are very familiar with these points, but actually they're not particularly well known in the public consciousness in the UK. So we use World Book Day as a moment to talk to the public, to political stakeholders about why reading for pleasure matters. In the UK, reading for pleasure is declining and it's at its lowest level since 2005. So it really brings us a case for World Book Day existing. Yes, it's about the celebration. Yes, it's about the fun, but there's also a real purpose behind it. So we do a few things with World Book Day, and one of the things that's at the core of our celebration is the gifting of books to children. I will go more into that mechanism to give you the inner workings of how it happens. Critically, World Book Day is a huge presence in children's lives. So nearly 100%, 97% of children have heard of World Book Day. And when they've heard of World Book Day, it probably means it's because they've been taking part in a World Book Day event. And we know that if they've taken part in a World Book Day activity of some kind, then they are more likely to talk about books and reading, to read more books, and to enjoy reading books. In the gifting of books, what we're doing is addressing the fact that fewer children in the UK now have books than ever before. As we heard earlier on, it's a really serious issue. So what we're really proud of is that with World Book Day, we are gifting children a book, perhaps to children who haven't had a book before. FSM stands for Free School Meals, which is a programme in UK schools to provide free school meals to children from families that are very low income. So it's a way of us being able to measure that we're reaching or having an impact with those children who are least likely to have books at home and to come from very low income families. So we know that 1 in 5 of the children who get a book through World Book Day will say it's the first book they've had of their own. Did it move on? So here's the superpower of collaboration for you. So World Book Day, the charity, cannot possibly achieve what we achieve by ourselves. We work with booksellers, we work with publishers, we work with schools, we work with libraries, we work with other literacy charities, and we work through the media and brands to make sure that we provide this collaborative network of organisations, individuals and people who want to make sure that reading for pleasure is in children's lives. It couldn't happen with one of these organisations not in the mix. Everybody plays their part. So I wanted to give you a really clear and open, transparent sense of how World Book Day is made, how it's funded. Naturally, the conversation today, and understandably the conversation today, has been about, well, how do we make this happen through funds? So I wanted to show you how World Book Day has grown up and how it's funded. As I mentioned, we were founded by the Booksellers Association and the Publishers Association. So those two organisations are still at the heart of how World Book Day is funded. The blue half circle represents publishers. So publishers are still providing half of World Book Day's funding. Then we have a major sponsor who represents the book-selling side of the industry. And then because we are a major brand, because we're so recognisable, we can also work with corporate, commercial organisations to kind of license the brand. And in licensing the brand, we receive income, but we also, therefore, can make a greater presence in children's and families' lives because we're getting into a conversation on their own terms, in their home environments. So I'm just going to concentrate a little bit on the gifting of the £1 book, because this is I suppose, the mechanism that World Book Day is most well known for in the UK. So first of all, we work with the publishers who fund us to select every year 12 very special and unique books to give to children. So the publishers come to us and offer us a book that we choose from a vast range. Every year we're presented with over 100 possibilities for the £1 books. And we use an evidence base on looking at what will most encourage a reluctant reader or a child least familiar with books to want to pick up a book. And so from that vast number, we choose 12 special books which are unique. They're not published in any other form. They might be published in another form again, but for World Book Day, they're a very special product. They're completely new and special for those children. And we see that as really important because children don't need to be patronized and they need to feel as though what they're getting is something that's really precious and special, and these books are. So in order to get the books, we give the children a token. So the token perhaps acts a little bit like the prescription we were hearing about earlier on from Dr. Zuckerman. But we give the token directly to children in their school environments, community environments, and nurseries. And every year, around 50 million of these tokens are in circulation. Not all of them through schools and nurseries. We also work through organisations who distribute them for us, such as children's magazines, and McDonald's are also a major partner of ours too. The child takes the token and goes to a bookshop and can exchange it for a £1 book. The books are there in the bookshops because the booksellers have bought the copies and they're giving them back to children. So when you saw our financial model, it's really important to note that it doesn't include the investment in these books. Publishers are investing in the publication of these books themselves. It's a further donation. And booksellers are buying the books because they want to bring children into their bookshops and encourage them to have a love of reading. We see it as really important that the token exchange is there, not least to give a child a book of their own, to address that kind of lack of book ownership, but also because it gives them choice. We work to an evidence base with everything we do, and giving a child the choice of the book to read is very important. So this year, for example, we worked with over 4,000 bookshops who took part across the UK and the Republic of Ireland. We also make sure that when schools say to us, we don't know where our children can find a book, we match them to a local bookshop. So what you can see here is an array of the bookshops that take part. Some of them are independent booksellers, some of them are major supermarkets, some of them are high street booksellers, but it's really important that a range of them do take part. We know that there is a really high impact on the children's book market every year. So these are a range of statistics, data that tell us at World Book Day about how popular the £1 book, £1 token exchange is. And it gives us a sense of how children are taking part in World Book Day overall. But this is data that's also really important for our corporate partners. So for booksellers and publishers, they're engaging with us first and foremost because they care about the social impact we're making, because they want to see more children reading for pleasure. But they're not unhappy about these figures either. And it shows that in that collaborative model, it's really important to think about what's in it for everybody, and the fact that there needs to be some form of, that the ecology relies on each other. Just to say, the picture in the corner there is of the £1 book. So they are always displayed to children in this kind of engaging format and all together so that they can choose from the 12. So when we were talking earlier on, I mentioned that the token is perhaps a little bit like the prescription. And as Dr. Zuckerman said, a prescription is not always picked up. And we also know that about the £1 book, the £1 token. So many families will not want to engage with the £1 token because it represents a financial pressure. Even if we say it's free, it can still represent a financial pressure to go into a bookshop to get a book. Also, we're most keen to engage with families in very low income, high deprivation areas. In these areas, you won't find a lot of bookshops. You might find the supermarket, but even then, children are less likely to engage with that particular department within the supermarket. So we need to work really hard to make sure we're reaching children who are least likely to engage with the token book exchange. And we do that through some really important charity partnerships. So this, again, is World Book Day, not able to achieve everything we achieve on our own, and collaboration being really at the heart of what we do. So with partners such as the National Literacy Trust or other UK-based charities like Book Trust or Read for Good, or in Ireland, the charity Children's Books Ireland, we make sure that we are getting to the families who are least likely to have books at home. Through libraries, through community centres, through schools. Interestingly, as we were hearing earlier, it is a statutory legal right that every single prison should have a library. But when we take the books into prisons, it's not necessarily for the adults to read. The adults do enjoy them, but they actually use them in their visiting time to talk to their children and form a bond, even though they are far away from their children. And then we can also make sure that the books get to children in community centres and hospitals and healthcare situations where they're least likely to be able to engage with books. So what does all of this add up to? This is a snapshot of what happens on World Book Day. There is much too much information on this slide for you to be able to read all of it. I'll talk to some of these points. It's actually impossible to sum up what happens on World Book Day in one slide, but I'll give it a go. So every year, World Book Day becomes the national conversation. If you don't want to hear about World Book Day, you will have to work really hard. Because even if you aren't bumping into children who are dressed up as their favourite characters, turn on the radio, there'll be a conversation. Turn on the TV, you'll see something about it. Go onto social media and World Book Day will be trending. This year, reading for pleasure was trending on Twitter. So this is a kind of an array of things that might happen. We find that very important stakeholders want to get involved in the conversation and be part of the celebration and be part of the campaign. So again, there's a very small picture there of our new Queen, who has for the last few years been a really keen supporter of World Book Day too. For the last few years, we have held an event in the UK Parliament. This year, around 119 members of Parliament came to see us to talk about reading, to have their pictures taken, and to enjoy the celebration, to be able to tweet and talk about World Book Day and the power of reading. We're also invited to Downing Street every year, where we might meet the Prime Minister and have our pictures taken outside. But the Prime Minister generally will invite children from their constituency to come along and be part of a World Book Day party at Downing Street. Major organisations such as the London Eye want to get involved with World Book Day. So the London Eye is a tourist attraction. It's on the Thames, a kind of big wheel, but it's a very recognisable kind of landmark in London. But of course, they want to get involved with World Book Day. So this year, they invited children to come along and have a free ride on the London Eye if they were dressed up as their favourite character or holding a book. We were happy to have them join in. And then I think there's too much here to talk to, really. But I'll tell you a little bit more about press engagement or media and PR engagement on the. It is really vital to us that the message gets out to the media that matters. So we're trying to get to the mass media, the media that is most likely to reach families, so that the World Book Day conversation is in homes. It's at tea time, it's at breakfast time, it's those moments when the family is gathered together. So this year, for example, the BBC's children's channel, CBBC, kind of did a World Book Day takeover. World Book Day was everywhere that day on pretty much every single programme. But to have over 3,000 pieces of press coverage during the World Book Day week, the topic World Book Day reaching so many impressions on social media is beneficial to us, but it's beneficial to us all, because this is a big conversation that's happening about the importance of reading in children's lives. What we're aiming to do here is to change attitudes, to make this a normal thing that everybody wants to take part in. The World Book Day resources go out to schools, and every year we find that the World Book Day website kind of ticks along throughout the year, and then in the lead up to World Book Day, we'll suddenly have nearly 4 million visits and people downloading our resource packs. And these are all resource packs that are encouraging teachers, families to think about reading as a pleasurable activity and to think about other activities that might encourage a child to read. And then World Book Day itself, we also work in partnership a lot of the time to produce events, either live in major venues across the country or online, because we know that not everybody will be able to get to those venues, to again, make a real celebration around books and reading. I just wanted to show you this as a kind of snapshot of the fact that the conversation needs to continue and needs to develop all of the time. So we've just developed a new strategy for World Book Day. The issues around reading for pleasure still exist, so it's important that we are doing as much as we possibly can to address them in the way that World Book Day can. So we need to make sure that the campaign is as effective as it can possibly be. Where what we're trying to do more of is address those attitudinal barriers to reading. When a family says, we're not a reading family, we don't have books in this house, why is that? What can we do to change that attitude? We also need to do much more to reach communities and improve more children's lives through reading. And interestingly, one of the things we need to do is think about how the World Book Day brand is used. So it's used very liberally at the moment in the UK. You can find it being used to advertise biscuits, or earlier on I heard about a pizza promotion that was happening around World Book Day. We have to make sure that it's very focused on reading for pleasure, and that's one of the things we want to spend more time on. And then it's really important that as a charity we're talking to our funders about the fact that all of this has to happen with continued, increased, and different forms of investment. So I wanted to be really clear about all of this because I know that they are issues that we all face. And even when you have nearly 100% recognition, they're still issues that everyone will face. Thank you. Dziękuję. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Cassie, for this wonderful presentation. Both inspiring, and we're all envious of of the amazing, absolutely amazing work and reach, right, that you're gaining. We should have had Anna Nowosad with us, but she is actually in hospital. So I will try to click. Will this be clickable? To się przeklika? Okay, so I will show you her presentation. Czego nie muszę wziąć? Tak, dobrze. Tak, Anna Nowosad, która miała z nami być, była minister edukacji Ukrainy, rozchorowała się, jest w szpitalu, więc
Anna Nowosad, who used to be the Minister of Education, got sick, unfortunately, but I'll try to show what she wanted to share with you, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just have a look at the presentation and what she had prepared. I will not be able to share her insights. She was a Minister of Education in 2019-2020, and she's currently running foundations referred to as SAVED. Save ED, I would say that's how we should relate to it. And she prepared a presentation showing the way some schools in Ukraine look like. Probably she would be able to share some stories from the students that I'm unfortunately unable to share with you personally. Most of these pictures are devastating and extremely.
Oczywiście pewnie dużo więcej niż tutaj Anna wsadziła w tą prezentację, ale
making an extreme impact.
Trochę też widzimy.
We have some statistics shared. 437 schools were completely ruined as a result of the Russian invasion. Almost 3,000 schools are damaged. Over 156,000 kids that were internally displaced, and over 500,000 kids that are abroad. Which is terrifying display or depiction of what is happening. What Anna wanted to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, is how the education is organized. Actually, it takes place everywhere. We have a place like from kids learning in the subways without light, electricity, or using the candlelight. In shelters. What Anna would have told us about would also be tackling the issues on opening digital learning centers in Ukrainian communities, reconstructing damaged schools, arranging shelters, helping schools fundraise, network philanthropists, donors. Anna was a grant holder of some American scholarships, so she also has some contacts in the US. The foundation is also developing new concepts and strategies, providing technical assessments and analysis on the impact of the war on education and running or launching youth educational programs. Anna Novosa, being a member of educational environment, was extremely happy and thrilled to be invited to take the floor in here because she understands, as no one else, that the libraries are the core or at the core of the education that needs to be restored. Why is it important? Because a full-scale war and the Russians who are damaging libraries and literature as part of the culture, not being collateral damage, are doing it on purpose. Before the war, there was an accessibility problem with to the Ukrainian literature, and for many decades, the Ukrainian librarian contained lots of Russian anti-Ukrainian books, which is a separate issue to be tackled apart from the full-scale war. What are the specific concepts on how to help the foundation or the help in general? You may become a partner to implement some projects, events perhaps that might be having a fundraising character for the foundation, perhaps share a certain percentage of the business profit for the sake of the reconstruction of the Ukrainian schools. Foundation works with many organizations, many people. There is also a QR code shared. All of the presentations will be available, so if there is anyone prone to support the foundation organization, will be able to gain access using the QR code. That would be about it. I think it's the last slide. Hopefully she will have recovered quite soon, and I'll get back to my own place. Thank you very much. We should be able to connect with Professor Marianne Wolf.
Boston, bo profesor Marianne Wolf jest z Los Angeles.
Marianne Wolf is in Los Angeles. I'm not sure how long does it take to actually get connected. Oh, here we are.
We see you, Marianne. Do you see us?
Yes.
So we also.
I would say good morning to you, but I know it's good afternoon.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. It's 8 o'clock. It's 8:15 in Los Angeles, if I am not mistaken. Yeah, it's 5 p.m. here, but great to see you. And I think without further ado, I will just leave you to your presentation. Hopefully, you will be able to see it and walk us through.
Wonderful. First, thank you so much, Maria, and all of the organizers for inviting me to this very important event. And I can't underscore more how important it is for everyone to understand what you're really doing, which is connecting our knowledge about reading to the fate and future of democracy. And so my talk, it is it is wonderful for me to actually follow the World Book Day presentation, and very poignantly the presentation on what is happening in Ukraine. I just returned from the Vatican where there was a meeting on refugees, food scarcity, the reality of people like those on the ground in Ukraine for education and for what is going to be the future of all these children. So just to see this work from Save Education in Ukraine reminds us all of how lucky and fortunate we are not to have to go to such lengths to preserve literacy. But underlying both of those talks that I just heard is really a reality that I study. What does it mean to change the human brain as a result of reading? And so my presentation is going to really be about what are the contributions that literacy makes to all of humanity. Our mission at the UCLA Center for Dyslexia Diverse Learners includes the term social justice, because our mission is to help people understand that literacy is a human right and that it has implications for changing the brain of every child, every individual, which in turn changes society, which ultimately changes the future of our species. And I wanted to give you, in my very brief time, a look at how reading develops a circuit and how that circuit enhances intellectual, social, and emotional development. And it's a plastic circuit. It didn't exist in the human brain. We who teach, we help build that circuit. And all the efforts for the people here are really, from my standpoint in the cognitive neurosciences, you are those people who help build a circuit that will help build the intellectual, social, emotional, and even moral, ethical development of our children. But there are two hugely different stories. Because we don't have a brain that has a genetic plan for reading, it has to be taught, it has to be learned, it has to be built over time. And so what we really have are two very different stories of children who learn to read and who learn to read deeply and who become citizens of whatever country they are in, and those who do not have those opportunities, which really changes brain development, language development, cognitive development. And I know my colleague, Dr. Barry Zuckerman, was talking to you about these very sensitive periods in early brain development when between 0 and 5, and I emphasize this in the Vatican's Academy of Science meeting, between 0 and 5, it is so important for all of us to work to be sure that our children are exposed to language and to reading in those early years, where the parts of the reading brain circuit are developing. And this, in terms of investments by our countries, the most important investment we can make in that future is to make sure those children from 0 to 5 and 5 to 10 are given our best. And it's not just about money. It's about campaigns, just like you were talking about today, to help parents and schools recognize not only how important it is in school, but before school in that 0 to 5 period, the brain is developing parts like language that will then be essential for reading to happen. And so here we have a slide showing what the brain is like when it's being read to by parents. These are 3 and 4-year-olds in very poor environments. But the parents are reading to the children, and it makes a huge effect. Whether it's a parent, a grandparent, or a caretaker, the language areas in the brain are developing more for those children who are being read to. So this is really important across the world for us to understand that between 0 to 5, we are developing the representation, the laying down of the sounds of whatever language it is, the letter patterns of the writing system. And these sounds are important for the children to hear over and over again, because they will ultimately be connected to the meanings of words. And when we are in school, those will be connected to what the reading system is in that particular language. So semantic development, knowing what words mean, hearing them over and over, this is all helping to develop language and concepts. But books, and I was so happy to see that in the last two sessions, books are so important for reasons that we don't even think about. The origins of empathy, perspective taking, are taking place when we hear about stories of animals taking care of each other. Whatever the stories, the fairy tales of our different countries are, they are helping build a kind of moral laboratory for our children on how we deal with others, which will come to very important fruition in just 1 minute. So what we are doing in 0 to 5 is building the parts. I need you who are policymakers and funders to understand 0 to 5 is building the parts that then we teach the children to put those parts together, so that over time, that brain is constantly adding everything that is read to the child. Everything the child reads is like building a platform. And the platform is for what I call deep reading. Deep reading, and please remember this is the central part of my talk, is essential for democracy. I will only emphasize a few of those deep reading processes, but the point is the accumulation of all this helps the child learn to infer, to think about what is being read, and to leave their perspective, their own perspective. This is so essential for a democracy, to take on the perspective of others. Reading helps us understand others. This is, if you will, passing over into the consciousness of others. What does fiction do? What does a novel do? What does a short story? It's like, Junot Diaz says, it's like the closest we get to telepathy with another human being. That's what reading gives us. And especially when we are really thinking in terms of democracy about the important role of empathy. And our former president in the United States, Barack Obama, met with one of our foremost novelists. And he said, she's an ambassador of empathy. What she replied is so important for you today. What reading does is teach us about others. And the trend towards seeing those different as sinister other, because you don't understand them, is the greatest danger to continuing our democracy. This is a wonderful moment for me to then emphasize for you what is going on in the brain. We are making analogies between what we know and what we are looking at and reading. We are making inferences. We are generating hypotheses about the truth value of what we read. Here we saw in one of the last slides that in Ukraine, the Russian invasion is actually putting Russian literature and Russian narratives. Why? What can this do? This is giving a story, and it's up to us in every country to ensure that a child learns how to evaluate the truth of why they are reading something, what they are reading. The evaluation of truth has never been more important than in this age, because it has so many implications for a democratic society. If literacy and deep reading fail to develop, we will reduce the human capacity for truth evaluation, for critical analysis. We will be less able to grasp complexity of issues. We will be less able to perceive beauty. We will be less able to evaluate whatever we read. And very importantly, we will be less able to understand the perspective of others. All of this threatens a democratic society. And so I end by saying something that the novelist Marilynne Robinson said recently. This is a moment of test for humanity. And the greatest test ever made of human wisdom and decency may very well come to this time or the next. We must teach and learn broadly and seriously. Thank you so much for all your work to make every child on this planet able to reach their potential. And reading is our platform. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Marianne. This was wonderful, and your passion for the topic is also contagious, I think, even though we're 1,000 miles away. I do have a question for Marianne, but maybe someone else has a question as well. I will ask mine first. In the context of what you're saying, we've heard just weeks ago that actually I think France has introduced a law against, how do you say, making it illegal for kids to take part in social media, to be on platforms. Maybe I will not name them, but we know what platforms we're talking about. What do you think about smartphones and kids spending time on social media? Does your research show the effects? I would ask.
So I want to differentiate here. It is one thing to talk, just as you saw in Ukraine, about the use of digital technology in places and for purposes where it is so important to give access to information, to education. We know from our research that digital technologies are great complements, but they should never be the only way we teach, if at all possible. That certainly isn't the way it should be in refugee camps, or in places like Ukraine. But in general, this is the first point, we really want a combination of reading on books that can be complemented by the digital device, but never replaced, ever, especially for the development of deep reading. A separate topic is social media. Here, this is not my area of research, though my colleague Naomi Barron has written quite a bit about this. There are so many different aspects to what is happening with social media. I would feel very unable to imagine in the United States such a law passing. What I would prefer is that we look very carefully at what aspects of social media are positive and what are negative. I think and this is from my standpoint as a researcher, we really need to know, just as I'm trying to figure out what is really good about digital technologies for learning to read and what is really negative. I think the same thing should be the case with social media before just completely getting rid of it. I think in some cases that we know of, it has had such negative consequences that I can understand. But what I really would hope for is a more, if you will, nuanced approach to what is appropriate, what is not appropriate. But it is so hard to regulate that I have sympathy. I have sympathy for them choosing to do something that I would say goes further than what would ever be possible in the United States. But knowledge is all, and we need so much more research so that ultimately all of us can do a better job of allowing some aspects of social media and making sure that they are not all day distracted by it, which that is a very negative aspect of social media, the emotional and the cognitive distractibility that it causes. Those are the two things that I can understand, but that would never be able to be done in the United States.
Thank you. I'm looking if there's a question here in the room. There is a question in the room. One moment.
Good afternoon, good morning. Just can you develop a little bit about, because when I assume when you just mentioned to read a book, you meant a printed book?
Yes.
Versus an ebook, and can you develop a little bit what are the additional value for child and adults to be able to read on paper or printed?
Yes. Just so that after I talk, you would have access to this. I have written a whole book on this topic. It's called Reader Come Home, The Reading Brain in a Digital World. There are great differences in how the circuit, remember when I gave my talk, I talked about a circuit in the brain. There are great differences in how much of that circuit is used when we are on a medium like books or print, in which we have an advantage for giving more time and even physical, there's a physicality to it that helps do this. We end up giving more time to the deep reading processes when we're doing reading on a book. There is a huge study in Europe done in Barcelona in which they put together more than 50 studies of 171,000 subjects. And they simply asked these young adults to read the same thing on print or on a digital device. And what you find is their ability to sequence details, to understand what they've read, is better in print than it is on the screen. Why? Because just think for yourself. The eye movement research people tell us that what we're doing is a Z or an F. We sample, we scroll down, we word spot, we keep going. And some of us are very good at saying, I am not understanding what I read. And so they literally slow themselves down. But most of us have developed a habit of reading, which is called skimming. And when we skim, we literally miss the use of some of those very important deep reading processes. Now, I have an article in The Guardian, several in The Guardian that are very accessible on this topic, but I have an entire book on this in which I give a proposal for how we can develop a biliterate brain that learns from print in the first 10 years, but it also is learning how to use digital in a wiser way. So there are real differences between mediums and how they use our brain, the different processes. But the real answer to you is you, the reader, has to say, what is the purpose of this? If I'm doing my email, I'm never going to print it out. But if I'm looking at something that I really want to understand, I print it out or I use the physicality of a book or an article.
Thank you, Marianne. This was, very instructive, and I would say that my question about France comes from, of course, a mother scared with what
yes.
the children around are doing, and I agree that it's maybe a very drastical move, but on the other hand, tempting, right?
It's understandable. As I'm a mother too, and it is understandable. It is
Exactly.
understandable.
Yeah.
But we need to be really careful about what we do so that we keep our children, if you will, cognitively, socially, emotionally connected to their world without the disadvantages, and I would even say the insidious dangers of the overuse of social media. We haven't found the answer, but I can certainly understand those who take more extreme measures. I certainly understand it. Actually, China has interestingly chosen to do a rationing by how long a child can be on social media. So I think we should really think about all of these questions in as knowledgeable, research-based, and nuanced way. But I totally understand you as a mother. Totally.
Thank you. There's the article that you mentioned from The Guardian. I actually received a PDF from you, so I hope that if anyone asks, I can send it, share it. But there's another, just last thought that I would like to ask you to develop a bit. That's the link between developing deep reading and not doing it, and when you write about how this, if we don't, it creates the danger of let's say, skipping into an oligarchy instead of a democracy.
Yes, this is a question that I have really worried over, because if you have a child developing just the ability to decode information, they can easily grow into an adult, and an adult can easily atrophy the use of those deep reading processes. Now think about what that means. That means they are not grasping the complexity of an argument. That means often that they are only going to their familiar silos of information, because those are easy, they're familiar. They confirm or affirm the bias that they brought to it. They are not perspective taking. They're simply taking that kind of information as truth instead of what could be both misinformation and disinformation. So without critical analysis, without a desire to understand others, we have people who are vulnerable to receiving information that is false and that is directed politically to a demagogue. The most vulnerable, susceptible people in a society will be those who are not able to think broadly and deeply, and they will be able to be manipulated. As you saw in the United States in the January 6th insurrection of people, they were simply accepting what they read, and they were not being critically analytic, and they acted in ways that I would have thought would be impossible in a democracy. So the threat to the misuse of information is enormous. And that's why it's not just children, it's adults. So when we talk about campaigns, part of the campaign is to really help people understand they have to use all their intelligence with the bombardment of information, not just simply go and confirm their biases, but to understand the various aspects of whatever truth is. And truth is under siege and being used. Misinformation, disinformation is being used to manipulate human beings every single day in every single country.
Wow, yeah. I think we all, unfortunately, we have to agree with you. I don't think we have more questions. So I think, I'm sorry. Yeah, we do have a question.
Є запитання.
Great. There is a question from Ukraine, but let's...
Щось не чують, Київ.
Maybe we will take the question from Kiev first.
Definitely.
Igor, would you like to ask your question?
Дякую, Мар'ян, за виступ. Дуже такий потужний.
Okay, Marianne, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very interesting.
Охорони здоров'я.
Yesterday, the health ministry
Міністерство охорони здоров'я 7 мільйонів
pronounced or
мають
said that released information to the effect that 7 million children are experiencing PTSD in the wake of the war. So, what do you think? What kind of books, what topics could be recommended, could best be used as first psychological aid for kids who are suffering because of the war, who are forced to leave the country, who every day who hear bomb alerts, air raid sirens, explosions on an everyday basis. So, what kinds of books might help these kids, and what do we do with the kids that are facing this situation?
My heart goes out to all of Ukraine. I spent part of a week ago at the Vatican talking a lot about Russia's war on Ukraine and the implications. My particular interest and desire was to ensure that what we're talking about is not just what happens in malnutrition, but to physical development, but also to brain development, cognitive development, social development, emotional development, which are at the heart of your question. These children, like refugees around the world, these are our children, our world's children. And it is really essential that we do whatever we can, wherever they are, to give children back some glimpse of childhood, some glimpse of a world that is different from the very difficult, very tragic reality that they have experienced. And it is here that children's literature can be of great help. And I so appreciate I so appreciate your question, because it goes to the heart of what childhood is and what has been taken away from these kids. And it also goes to the heart of what this conference is about, which is what literacy can give us. And it can give us a window into different times. And the world of imagination can be an important antidote, an important, if you will, almost like medicine for the hope, the continuation of hope, and even the continuation of the role of the imagination. And that's one of the really beautiful roles. I use the tiny little story series, Frog and Toad. Well, when you understand that these little stories evoke the imagination of the child, this is what we want to happen, because they have been beaten down, and we want them to rise up and to have hope. And sometimes in my world with children who have been very seriously, if you will, injured by their reality, it has been us reading to them, us giving them access to books that lift them out of their circumstances for even 1 hour, even one tiny set of minutes every day, but to give them that, if you will, that bridge into a better reality. This preserves hope. And so and there are people who actually work very much on the social emotional literature. And I would be happy to connect your organizer to Carol Yago, who was the president of the Teachers of English, for books, lists of books that might be helpful.
Will you be able to, is this list available, Marianne, on?
Carol Yago has these lists. And what I will do, they are in English, but many of them are translated. And so what I will do is connect you to Carol Yago, who has been also, there's a group called Bring Me a Book that also is very very cognizant of this. So what I will be able to do is to connect you to those who know this kind of literature very well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a question here also.
I have a very short question. Is it possible at all to
Дякую.
is it possible at all to make up for those first 5 crucial years? Because in the practice of promoting reading and working with children, we encounter them at different stages and they come from different backgrounds. Or is it all lost?
No, there's no way we give up. There is much that has to be, if you will, made up for. And one of the things that we are trying to do in our work in California is to work to be sure that the background knowledge, the cognitive, the linguistic development that went missing in those days is recognized and is, I'm going to speak a little bit more technically. We want it not only to be recognized, we want it to be taught too. So we are developing screeners that give us information about where a child is at age 5, that then gives data, information to the teachers. What does this child need? A great deal of. So there's a lot of really important things that we can do to make up for it. I never want to wait. I want people to be working everywhere in that 0 to 5 period. But the reality is many children would seem lost, but they are able to be given work intensely for the next several years on the areas where they were unable to learn. So at no point, including teenagers, at no point should we give up, because we know how to, in fact, maybe not have as perfect a reading circuit, but we can do it.
Thank you. That is wonderful to hear. I think we had another question. Or, yes. Okay, Adele.
Hi, Marianne. My name is Edel. I'm actually visiting Warsaw from Ireland. I run a small volunteering project in Ireland where I bring Ukrainian children's books to the refugees in Ireland. But my question is probably a bit more general. I just only saw yesterday that Amanda Gorman, who is the young poet laureate in the US, and unfortunately I saw that one of her, I think it was her first book, had been banned from a school in Florida. And I guess the question is more in relation to this increasing rise of, while we're here today celebrating the importance of books and how we get them into schools and into libraries, on the other hand, there are schools that are also taking them out. And I guess I would love to hear your thoughts on that.
So it was never the case that I began as a cognitive neuroscientist believing that my work could have implications for democracy. But by the time I finished my second and third book, I realized we are in a hinge moment in our country, the United States, but in our world, in which things like this decree by the Florida governor, Ron DeSantis, who just announced his candidacy for presidency, is trying to, in fact, do just what I said earlier, go into these silos in which the lack of critical analysis and the lack of perspective taking is actually being celebrated in these places. Believe this, think this. It is making me, I have to say to you in Ireland, it is making me a reading warrior, because we must have thinking citizens. This is the last thing in the world we need, and we don't need literature like the past dystopian novels to tell us that when you burn or ban books, you are stifling the intellectual, social, and emotional development of your children and your people. And so I see this as an insidious and ultimately morally culpable act to ban a book like Amanda Gorman's. We must fight it. And so I literally yesterday had to say, when they asked me who I am on a film, I said, I'm a mother, I'm a research scientist, I'm a child advocate, and now I'm a reading warrior. And that's what I think we all have to be. We have to fight this wherever we see it, however we do it.
Yeah, I think we are all here reading warriors. Everyone will agree. Thank you very much. I'm not sure if we have any more questions for Marianne. If not, I'm really hoping you will come to Poland and Ukraine soon. Next time you go to Vatican, you have to tell us, so that so that we can
plan this a little easier. But thank you for your work. I feel like we are all together on this, and I'm so pleased that you asked me to talk to you.
Thank you.
It's our
Thank you for
sisterhood and our
talking.
brotherhood.
Yeah, it is. It is really beyond the oceans.
That's right.
So thank you for today, and we'll probably be disconnecting right now, but really hoping to see you in person soon enough.
Godspeed in all your work.
Thank you.
Goodbye now.
Bye bye. To był ostatni wykład, ale
That was actually the last speech.
Przyjaciół,
but would it be possible for our friends in Kiev who during the break were able to work in panels? Unfortunately, we were unable to attend these meetings, but would it be possible for you to tell us somehow, to send some brief feedback on how did this afternoon look from your perspective? And what did you manage to come up with, actually?
Дякую, Марія. Варшава, вітання ще раз.
Thank you very much, Maria. Once again, best greetings to Warsaw. With us in here, we had Alexander Afonian from the Association of Literature in Ukraine, with 350 members, publishers mostly, but also publishing houses. So we would like to give him the floor because basically he has something interesting to say on behalf of the publishers, on behalf of our librarians. So if we are able to share some of our insights, it would be great, if only we can get connected.
Він має бути в Zoom.
We should be able to hear him on Zoom, like online connection.
Dmytro, if you hear me, I think Mr. Afonian is not on Zoom, or if I understood well, we don't see him here.
Well, we wanted, yes, Maria, I hear you. So we want to from Alexander Afonin, but just I want to say, Maria, that thank you so much for your very important framework we had. And we had very fruitful discussion, very inspiring speeches. So we have Alexander Afonin right now.
Yes, we see you.
Ви мене чуєте?
Widzimy pana. We see you. And hear you. Dmytro, there
Possible,
is...
please unmute Alexander Afonin just to make his voice loud.
Ви мене чуєте чи ні?
Yes, we hear you.
Ви мене чуєте чи ні? Чудово. Добрий день, шановні колеги.
Добрий день. I don't speak Ukrainian, but I understand добрий день.
Вони чують.
Nie, on nas nie słyszy.
Щиро дякую за можливість сказати декілька слів на такій шанованій конференції в колі таких шанованих осіб.
Thank you very much for being able to participate in the conference. I'm the president of the Ukrainian Association of Publishers. And it's had been the case for over like 27 years, so I have the information covering the situation, what book market looked like in Ukraine. And one of my colleagues, Alexandra Koval, had made a speech today talking about the market in Ukraine during the full-scale war, but also about the strategy that had been created not by the policymakers and politicians, but a wide range of experts represented by the librarians in Ukraine and our association as well. Not to mention Ukrainian foundations, trusts, and people who are basically practitioners creating and publishing books and interested in extending the readership. The topic is absolutely our top priority now, literacy for democracy in the context of Ukraine these days. Shows even more, because it's like literacy for life, I would say. Thousands of young people who are educated, clever, Ukrainian citizens are dying in the war started by Putin. Are you aware how much effort, how many people, how much wisdom is required to actually replenish it and restore it, whatever had been damaged, and to start from the scratch, to start the economy from the scratch with new technologies and all of it that had to be done by the young people, those teenagers of today, being 12, 13, 15 years old. And they will be the ones to bear the burden of restoration and technology implementation of economy of the production. Will they be able to do so? Perhaps it's a little bit red tape notion, but we talk about human resources. People who are prepped and groomed to fulfill and accomplish some kind of very difficult accomplishments and assignments. Alexandra mentioned that last year 12 million books only were published across Ukraine in all ranges of literature, including textbooks for those exact teenagers. Only one textbook was published for them, the course book for mathematics in the 5th grade, because the budget is depleted of money. So we are talking about books for Ukraine, for the young generation of Ukrainian residents and citizens. It's the matter of preservation of the country in several years' time. Is it possible for a publisher in Ukraine now to get involved in the publishing process? There is no money in the budget, and no country can help us doing so these days. I've been talking a lot to many of my colleagues across the globe, international associations, federations, NGOs of European publishers who are absolutely supportive, and I'm extremely grateful for that. To you, the Poles, who are our friends and have been for so long as well. And since I have been talking to them, Poland is one of the few countries and the communities that managed to fundraise $150,000 to support 52 Ukrainian publishers. I'm extremely grateful to the German Association, Frankfurt Fairs, and also our partners in the US, who had been able to fundraise and to donate the money to actually distribute it in the Ukrainian libraries. But what is important is the fact that our friends are offering us webinars, workshops on how to extend the production process, the manufacturing process, how to use and harness modern technologies, which we are benefiting from extremely. And it's also possible and open for the public to enroll and to participate. However, it also reminds me on how to lay the table. Webinar for the kids, for the teenagers, and to explain that on the plate you might find some perfect chops, which actually shows the difference between what we find on the plate. But if it was only about the plates that we are facing now and we are seeing now, it's empty. They're just empty. Everything will be great. Everything will be distributed. Like, you know, the table will be perfectly set. Everything will be fantastic. But remember, and mind you, ladies and gentlemen, that our plates are empty these days. I'd like to also refer to what Mr. Zuckerman said, that Ukraine's current condition is kind of essential because we are not able to, and we should not allow to lose the common sense of the future generations of the young people now. Therefore, I would like to address you, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we just not need words only. We need the tangible support. Therefore, 100 million euro that they had mentioned is just the minimum, the bare minimum, I would say, of what the experts could offer us. Today, we need every single intellectual support and food for thought to the nation that is actually bearing the burden of such a huge impact, which we are to carry in the future as well. I really would like to listen to the proposals offered in many associations across the associations and organizations. I really would like to hear that.
Bardzo dziękujemy.
And thank you very much.
Wszyscy się zgadzamy.
I think that we all agree with
Dzisiejsza konferencja jest
what you said, which is one of the reasons today's conference, so a lot has been said, but one of the purposes is also to call attention to what we're saying, to reach out to decision makers as well as the business community.
Igor
or Dmitro,
byście teraz
would you care to say a few words?
Right, Maria. So we had a very fruitful and important conference and discussion, and I would like to remind us about presentation and share about practical aspects what we can have in we can reading as a very important social practice, because Professor stated and stressed the idea of cooperation, what you, Maria, just said, between state and public segment. Like Morgan Bank, or for example, Chase Bank, and very fruitful results we can have in the end in the result of this cooperation and companies and literature and reading. We would be grateful, Maria, if you can help us to share some views and, for example, for further cooperation.
I'm hearing only part of what you're saying. I'm not sure if this is your microphone or the connection. The connection is not really. So if you could repeat, you asked. Okay. Apparently, if you try the microphone that Igor try Igor's.
Very important ideas about how business like JP Morgan Bank or
Dmitro, would you like? Dmitro, could you please take Igor's microphone?
Ukrainian partnership would be of great importance.
Could you?
Right?
Yeah, apparently it might be better.
Okay, great. So I stress that the idea of the cooperation between business, these huge bank companies like JP Morgan, like Chase Bank, is of a great importance. What they can have, the impact they can have on reading industries, literature industry, underlining the cooperation between and public segments and fields we can have. So I would be grateful if you can connect association, publishers for any further Miss Evans and Ukraine. This is the first aspect I would like to stress.
I'm not sure if I understood you well because the connection is not perfect. So you are, yeah, I think you are asking about actually contacts to the organizations, or or did I understand you well?
Yes, Maria, right.
Yeah, we will for sure be able to contact you with anyone who I mean with both Cassie and Fiona, who were speaking today, as to whether we can be able to contact you with the businesses that were mentioned. I cannot promise that today because they're not my contact. but yeah, the idea is obviously to try to find funding, and we all heard what Mr. Afonin said, right, about publishers not having money to survive.
Alexandra Koval also outlined this problem. But what is very important also, what is important, Maria, is to have persuade our experts to understand the importance of what, for example, Professor Wolf expressed.
I'm really terribly sorry, but I cannot understand your question. I understood that you are referring to the importance of what Professor Wolf said, and that your experts should understand it. I can add that the whole conference is registered, so we will be able to send to anyone interested any of the speeches that we heard today, and hopefully make it available for whoever is interested. I'm not sure if we lost the connection. Okay. Can you hear me, Dmytro?
Так, ми вас чуємо.
Okay, did you hear what I said about the registered versions? I mean, we registered everything in 3 languages. So it will be all available also in Ukrainian for any expert from Ukraine or any expert, English-speaking expert or Polish-speaking expert to watch afterwards. And we are very happy to send all the possible links to anyone who wants to see this again or for the first time. Would you like to comment anything more? I'm not sure if you hear us because I can't see you.
Так, ми вас чуємо, Марія. Чуємо дуже добре. Дякуємо вам, дякуємо за постійну підтримку. Дякуємо за сьогоднішню конференцію. Вона для нас дуже
Yes, thank you. We hear you. Thank you for your ongoing support. This is a very important conference for all of us. The support is much appreciated. Everything we've achieved, everything we've worked on, we will be analyzing this. We will be getting in touch with our partners.
Дякую вам за все, що
we will be approaching them for support. Once again, thank you you for everything you're doing, and we hope that we hope that the Warsaw Book Fair will be a success, great, huge event, and we hope that Ukraine will be represented at the highest and will be fittingly represented. Perhaps for the first time at such a level, with the participation of the First Lady of the Republic of Poland and leading prominent civil servants like ministers. So for the first time at such a level was this issue given such attention, the lifelong literacy and the significance of literacy as a vehicle of democracy, as a way of awareness building, as a way of fostering respect and dignity for others. So we're building foundations, we're laying foundations and demonstrating that reading literacy is not a privilege, is not just, it's fundamental if we want to create a healthy society. Readers can hope for a much better life. And finally, reading is something that can call attention to issues, can reintegrate the world, can renovate cultural monuments that were mentioned in Anna Novosad's presentation, maybe not even monuments, but schools, libraries, museums that were affected, that were damaged in the wake of Putin's aggression. So that's why we're saying that reading is not just a social practice. Reading is for life. Literacy is for life, is something that brings us closer to the civilized European community of nations.
Thank you very much, Dmytro. We are waving. Yeah, we see you, and we are waving to you. At the end, I would like to show you a beautiful picture that Ivan Stepurin, who is actually on the screen, has passed on through colleagues who are here with us, and this is a gift for the Polish First Lady. We will be honored to pass it on to her. So thank you very much. And I think we will now slowly start closing our day. I would like to ask for, okay, maybe before we totally close, I'm looking at the watch. Is there any other questions or comments or reflections? Grażyna, Francis. I will. I have a separate slide for that. Okay, Francis.
I wanted to comment on the issue of how much money is going to be necessary. And it is a big ask. It's going to be difficult to get. Mr. Afonin told us of the difficulties of raising funds. You have people who want to help, not just about giving you money, but helping you getting the money. There are people who have experience, and Cassie would be one of them. It's not an easy business getting money out of people. It's an art form. It has to be learned. And there are initiatives going on to help with that process. And if anybody's interested, the Ukrainian Book Institute is hosting a couple of sessions tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock, about what it is that Europe can do. And I hope that, well, I'll be participating, and I hope that anybody who is here would come along, because we have got some ideas to get some food on that table and get it there as quickly as we possibly can. Thank you.
Wonderful. What time are give us more specifics so that we can actually come.
It's in the program. There's the first one is at 1 o'clock, which is about how you have been surviving the war in detail.
Room Lvov, yeah, here in Poland, of course.
And the second one is what Europe specifically can do to help. I've set up something called SUPER, which is Supporting Ukrainian Publishing, Resilience and Recovery. There's a website if you want to know more. Won't keep you now.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions? No, I think we have asked the questions we had. Do we have any? Nothing on the chat, right? Just okay. So I will ask for the thank you slide. We can. Oh, here you go. So to be correct, versus everyone who helped to make this happen today, we would like to thank our wonderful Kyiv co-coordinators, Dmytro, Ivan, and Igor, who helped us amazingly. It's probably like a zillion emails that we exchanged at every possible hour of the day. We have never met with Dmytro, but probably feel like close friends. We are very grateful for the translation for today. Artur Zapałowski, Aleksandra Filińska-Zacharzewska, Iwan Kozłowski, Olga Krokowska. Thank you very, very much. I still need the slide. We are very thankful for the IT and technology team, Konrad, Kacper, Radek, Paweł, and the Technon Congress Service, Krzysztof, Piotr, Daniel, Grzegorz, Marek, Grzegorz, and Sebastian. We are grateful to the photographers Zuzanna Wyżykowska, Jakub Sobutko. The catering is done by absolutely wonderful family, Artur i Beata Sokołowie, who are supporting us many, many times. So, and it's not only good, but they're wonderful people. Thank you very much. We have to thank Basia Pudło, Barbara Pudło, who is right there in the end, who coordinated everything and had like loads of work with every small detail. The whole design of the conference is done by Dorota Nowacka, who's actually not here, but we're very grateful as well. We sent her like zillions of emails about correcting this or that. And Katarzyna Konopka, Monika Skóra-Kaniewska, and Sova Printing. Sova Printing is a printing house, friends of ours who helped us print. Kasia and Monika are co-coordinators and production people. Kasia is there. Thank you very much. And we have another slide. Yes, thank you. So we are also very grateful to all the organizers and partners, the Ministry of Culture of Ukraine, the Ukrainian Book Institute, the Ukrainian Library Association, our National Center for Culture, Polish National Center for Culture, and the Federation of European Publishers, EU-Read, International Book Fair in Warsaw, the Polish Chamber of Books, Summit Kniga, and the Wszechświat magazine, so Dmytro and Ivan, World Book Day, saved the National Literacy Trust, Stiftung Lesen, the Club of Catholic Intelligentsia, and Legimi, who supported us. We're also very grateful for the patronages from the Mayor of Warsaw and the National Library of Poland. And I think that is all. And we now, we are at 6:20. At 6:30, so in 10 minutes, the evening, the opening evening of the book fair starts. Just 5 minutes from here, but we have a proposal of a common photo in front of the, how do you say, the, no, ścianka. The picture wall, yeah. So if we could all first stop at the picture wall and make a photo. Unfortunately, not with our friends in Kyiv, but next time, hopefully. The travel possibilities will be open, and that will be possible as well. So then we have the evening, and in the official part. Dmytro, did you want to? We can.
Для нас велика радість і честь, що ми сьогодні долучилися до творення.
For us, it was a great joy and an honor for us to be able to join in this event.
Universal Reading.
So thank you to Universal Reading. Thanks to your energy
повномасштабного вторгнення.
Over a long time, ever since the beginning, ever since the invasion. You've been friends of Ukrainian publishers. You've been such a great friend to Ukrainian publishers. And such a great friend to those for whom reading is not just a concept, it's not just a term, but a way of life.
Thank you, Dmytro. Thank you very much. And I think we will now probably disconnect, and hoping to see you soon next time. And thank you all for the participation today. Don't forget to give your radio back, because you will be chased if you don't.